All right. Hello and welcome to session 22 of the Raven's Nest. First thing we'll do, go around the table, check in with each of our players, see how their week was before we get into tonight's game. So with that, Pandora, how was your week?
Normal. Pretty good so far. Started watching the Marvel movies in chronological order, so that's kind of fun. I'm on Thor.
Nice.
I remember seeing a post about it. It says like it would take you I can't remember the amount of time, but it was like something like pretty ridiculous if you watched them all in order.
Yeah, they're on Disney Plus. Was nice enough to put them all in order for you, which is pretty cool.
That is cool. Groot, how was your week?
Pretty good. Started crafting my own terrain and whatnot for my in real life game. The process, let me tell you, those guys on the videos make it look so easy.
You say
That's
your
pretty
own
cool.
terrain?
It's fun. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
Pillars,
annoying.
beds, plants, trees, stuff like that.
In my experience, every time I've talked to someone that has all that stuff, I'm like, yeah, how difficult is that? And they're like, it's easy. And then I've like tried to mess with it, and I'm like, easy my ass. I ain't got no patience for that. I'll just use like gray figurines. Raven, how was your day?
I went into my work's office for the first time since I started my new job almost a year ago, because I've been working remote since I started. So I've been there, I think it's like 11 months now, and this is the first time going into the office. So it's kind of weird, but it's good to check it out
So not
finally.
your first day on the job, but your first day at the office.
Yeah, I've been working from home for the last 11 months. They shipped me my
Ni-
laptop when I started, so I've been just working from
Nice.
home the whole time. But
They
yeah,
opening back up your office, or were they just like having
no,
a few
it
come
was
in?
they're like allowing people to come in if they want to, and my coworker said, hey, before it starts like opening like full time, we should get you like set up at some point. And they asked me if I wanted to go in. Like yesterday, they asked me if I wanted to go in for today, and I said sure, why not? And then I got my badge and shit and all that, so it's good to get that taken care of now. But much nicer office than my last job, so I'm happy about that.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Rixian, how was the past few days for you, bud?
Well, I went browsing on Reddit to find like new D&D games to be in because
Nude?
nine games aren't enough for me apparently. And I found one, and I just found out afterward that that person had like 80 applicants, and I was one of the 6 that got chosen. So that's pretty pog.
Pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one time I ever posted something on an actual, I think Kroot is a part of the same group that on Facebook for it, and I had like 100+ messages, and a lot of them were just like nonsense. Like, here's my character's backstory. Tell me what you think, and it was like a sentence long, and I was like, oh, cool. You get a lot. You get a lot of interest, but you have to sift through a lot of just like bull crap.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna play as Dr. Royce from one of Jax's one shots. Might be fun. Let's see.
Word. Well, that is awesome, and hopefully will be a good game and a fun one.
I hope so too.
But with that, sounds like each of you had at least a decent week or better. All good news. I didn't hear anything bad, so that's nice. So I'll just open it up to the floor for the recap. Whichever of you would like to take the lead on it, feel free. There's not too much to go over, but nonetheless, the floor is yours.
So I guess it kind of started where we ended from the previous game in front of that vampire with I don't really know what kind of undead creatures those were, but we did
Vampire
realize
spawn,
that.
maybe?
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but we realized that
Maybe,
one
yeah.
of them was our previous ally, our cleric who left us, and was kind of sad. But we the vampires using them with some kind of shield that protected her, and we had to defeat this vampire spawn or whatever they were, to bring the shield down and try to take her down. Shield actually got brought back up again at some point. We had to do it all over again before we took her
Yeah.
down.
It's every time she could get blood,
Yeah,
would bring her shield
and
back up.
finished that fight, came out, and guess we went back up to Blucksmouth, right? To
Yes.
rest. And I can't remember what happened after that. I think we kind of ended around there.
The pieces somehow
Oh.
magically got together, melded together.
We were hesitant to let them all come together, but it turned out we still had the abilities of the pieces after it joined together. And I think that's kind of where we left off. I think we were all kind of curious what's going to happen with the piece, though, now that it's one piece.
Or half of the crown.
Well, right, it's half the crown, we think, or roughly half, and I don't know if we were going to try to take it back apart or not, but I think that's about it.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Good job.
That was pretty good. Anybody have anything else they'd like to add?
You know what we didn't do that we should have? We should have taken Wyatt's body.
Oh, that was Wyatt?
What?
It finally clicked. It finally clicked.
Yeah.
We found some statues, I think. One of them was destroyed.
Yeah. 1 out of 5.
Was that last game, or was
That
that?
was a couple sessions ago. But
I was gonna say
Oh.
Yeah.
last game started in front of that vampire.
I guess my notes
yeah.
didn't save.
Yeah. So I was like, it was last session was basically the fight. So.
Yeah.
all right. Well, with that, I will just add on with this.
Oh, and then the sword that I got, the magical sword.
God
True.
damn it, my notes didn't save. What the hell?
Did we ever figure out what that sword does?
We were gonna do it, and then we closed the game last time. It was
Okay,
late.
that's right.
Yeah, we finished it.
So, continuing on June 8th, as it is getting a little late into the evening hours, the pieces of the halo that each of you possessed have now been fused together, forming half of a circle. Yaren stands with each of you a bit dumbfounded as she is examining this happening. You can just see this quite confused and yet astonished expression on her face. The sounds of the guild hall echo with the footsteps and small tads of conversations being held by the guild members. The slight commotion that has happened with this now halfly formed halo seems to have caught the eyes of just a few of the guild members, but as Yarn looks about and meets a few of the members' gaze, they quickly go about their business. Yarn speaks up. Okay. What in the nine hells just happened here?
We don't even know, to be honest.
We didn't do it.
Aside from what you're looking at right now, it's just
Wasn't me.
they all seem to fit. They're pieces of a puzzle, I guess.
I'll just stand there and point to Rixian.
Yeah, it was my fault. I did it. Oops. I don't know how I did, but
Well,
it's
I'm
my
chuckling.
fault.
But anyway, if I had to take a guess, I would say that Dikalar has finally found that other piece as well, and I think the Halo's trying to put itself back together.
All of the pieces have been removed from their resting places, it sounds like.
I think that would be a pretty safe assumption, yes.
All right. Well, is this? I don't feel it being magnetically attached to any other pieces that Eslar has.
Well, I'm pretty sure when they become a little bit closer, they would probably want to rejoin the other ones.
I don't know. I was like 500 yards away when this happened.
Well, it probably has a range of something. Probably not a range of miles. We are miles away from Laos, so
Yeah.
Are you certain? Well, or do you at least feel that that is plausible? That the Dikalar fellow, as you call him, this is his doing?
I think this is my theory, but I think all of the pieces have been removed from their resting places, and now they're trying to form on their own.
I think it would also be good to assume that Estelar's pieces have combined on their end, and he is probably headed to us as soon as possible.
Wait, then that would mean the one in Azuna has been removed. What's happening in Azuna?
No one has known for many years.
What is
I have no
Azuna?
idea. It's an underwater city full of tritons.
Yeah, that.
She'll just like shake her head. And what?
See, if you draw a line between Swanford and the Celestial Vale, Azuna is right in the middle and several miles down.
Yes, that dragon that accosted us when we were on our way to do our mission is protecting the city.
To be honest, I thought when you had brought that friend back from your journey that it was a trick that you were doing as she gestures towards you, Rixian. I just thought it was a prank that I went along with for, well,
Oh, I'm all for long
indulging new
cons, but
friends.
no, I was just as confused to see a Triton. But apparently they're real. I made sure of it, and that means Azuna is real as well.
We need to figure out our next step. I don't know about all of you, but I'm a little apprehensive to face Estelar in our current state.
You wouldn't stand a chance.
Also, well, I'm not so sure. You remember, Joanne was a lot more powerful than us, and his whole team is more powerful than us. I'm not trying to be a downer, just being realistic.
Well, I'm glad, because I was realistic in the beginning, but I guess I just became more, I don't know, naive.
Well, I don't mean to intrude, but perhaps I can scrounge up a few books and old scrolls that may be able to shed some light and give us some answers on this. You all do look a bit worn. How about taking a few moments, dress yourselves up, and then meet up on the second floor for some drinks and a nice hot meal.
Glad me at drinks.
And a good night's rest as well.
Yaren, before you go, do you know of anything, any magics of any kind, or items that could hide us from being scryed upon?
I have a couple of ideas. I'll secure whatever I need for that as well.
All right. We can discuss it more.
Please, excuse me, and just she kind of gives like a nod, and then like as she walks away, you'll see her scratch like the back of her head, kind of tussling up her silver hair, as she just seems quite a bit taken back with this news and what she had just seen.
I mean, last time we were here, we didn't have the remains with us. They were with Mogan, so
At least we're not in the middle of the Ravenshaw Guild doing all of this. I think things would have gone quite differently. I'm glad we have met Jan.
yes.
Well, if there's nothing else to do, I'm going to go meet Yaren in the room that she designated.
Yes. Agreed.
So, Pandora, as you give that little bit of a gesture, you feel a tug like on your arm, in your armor, pulling you down just like a little bit.
Oh, okay. Is there somebody like tugging on my arm or something?
And as you turn, you are met with the smiling face of Silky. You're here!
Yes, I am. It is good to see you.
What took you so long? As she puts her hands on her hips, looking slightly disappointed.
Oh, you know, slaying vampires, trying to save the world. It takes a lot of time.
Did you bring any gifts?
Well, not this time, unfortunately.
Well, then I guess I only have 2 questions for you. Why am I here? It's really cold. All the time. It's never warm.
I know it is not ideal, but it is fun to play around with the different outfits and like layers and such. But anyway, you are here under the protection of this guild so that a very powerful man doesn't find you and take you from me.
And speaking of this guild, what's wrong with that lady? Silver
What do you
hair.
mean? Yaren, she's very nice. What do you mean what's wrong with her?
She seems like she has a stick up her butt. She doesn't like any of the animals. She like gives you like a bit of a pouty face.
Yes, well, she has a lot to do, and I'm sure taking care of a bunch of animals is not something that she was looking forward to. But, you know, it's fine. How are your quarters? Are they nice?
She'll nod. They're okay.
And everyone
What's
is...
that? She gestures over towards the half of the halo.
That is a very sacred artifact that we are trying to return to its rightful places.
Ooh, it's shiny.
Sure is. And before Pandora forgets, she actually does have a gift for you. She just forgot about it and let me hold on to it. And Rixian will take out a rock feather that he's been holding on to.
Wow, it's so big.
It is. But it's a tiny rock feather, but these are usually much bigger.
Did you ever open up your gift? And she looks over towards you, Kroot.
Which gift is that?
The one I gave you back at Ravenshaw. I mean, you didn't open it?
Did? Guess not.
Your short friend's mean.
No, he's just a little forgetful. He'll open it now that you've reminded him. We actually
Or
haven't
you.
had like a.
I'll get to it as soon as I can, little girl.
But Silky, I have to go meet with Yaren. When I am done with that, we can get a bite to eat and catch up and all that kind of things.
Okay. I'm gonna go play in the snow. It's the only good thing about this place. Throwing snowballs at people. She like rubs her hands together.
Try not to get in too much trouble.
I won't. Well, then I guess I'll just see you later. As she maneuvers her way about, heading towards the door. Opening it up, you can see that it's fairly dark at this point in time. Maybe a little later than you may have anticipated. You just see some of the lights from torches that catch your eye here and there. Then she closes the door.
It's like talking to a very tiny Pandora.
Yes, I have rubbed up on her. I love it very much.
I guess it's a good thing, yeah.
What, you do not like? You do not want more of me in the world?
But it's not that. It's just, you
I just
know,
want more ale.
probably grow up to be a very dangerous person.
I would be so very proud if she did.
Well, I guess I need to rub off on my sisters more, I guess.
Ugh. Phrasing.
What?
Nothing.
I don't understand.
Anyway, and Pandora just walks off.
What did I say? I don't get it.
Rub off on your sister some more?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Ew.
Nothing.
You got a dirty
for
mind,
crying
Raven.
out loud.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I'm not going to be a part of it. And he just walks off.
Well, with that, are each of you just gonna make your way over to where Yaren was going to prepare in order to meet up with each of you?
Yeah, we got to figure out what
Yeah.
to do next.
Yeah.
And I kind of have a plan. Not really, but it's something.
Well, making your way up the stairs, each of you will begin to hear the sounds of the tavern. Spirits in the guild seem to be a bit high as everyone is enjoying their drinks and some food. And as you make your way down past it, the sounds will just kind of fade a tad bit as you make your way into Yaren's office. At the moment, when you make your way in, there is nobody here. It's empty. Just the familiar seats where you have convened with her before in the past, and the fireplace crackling.
Does she have books lining the wall or like papers on her desk or anything like that?
She has a few books. It's not like a library by any means, but there's a couple books on the shelf.
Any papers on her desk?
Not that you see.
Okay. Pandora just kind of browse over the books to see if it's anything interesting at all. And just wait.
Rixin will just sit down, very exhausted.
Where's the ale?
Pandora, as you look over the books, you don't really find things that are like too interesting. I guess the most interesting thing is that you don't notice any titles on the spine. They're just blank. About there's 3 medium-sized black books.
Damn it. I want to snoop so bad, but I don't want to get caught snooping.
And
I
Kroot,
think
no
then-
ale at the moment.
I think Pandora will just kind of click her tongue and then sit down and just wait.
Well, a few moments pass before each of you hear a knock at the door. And as it opens, you will see the familiar face of Captain Zinyo, the red tiefling. Well, I bring you each some ale and also a few snacks. As he lifts up a plate, the little lid over a plate, revealing various meats, cheese, and fruit.
Thank you, Zenyo. Do you know how long how much longer Yaren is going to be?
Sure, she will be just a few more moments, but don't think that she'll be long. You seemed quite ecstatic that each of you were here. Nice familiar faces.
Well, we are happy to be back.
That girl that you sent here, it's your daughter?
Yes, Silky, has she been misbehaving a lot?
Well, nothing I don't see most children taking part in, but she has a very, very distinct taste for. Well, that's such a bad word. A deep love for all sorts of animals.
Yes, she does, and good luck convincing her to give any of them up. Trust me, I have tried to tell her that she has too many, and it never goes well.
Oh, and since being here, she said that she's seen some that she hasn't seen back at Ravenshaw. She says that she made new friends. Nonetheless, the place smells like a barn.
Oh, Diana. Oh, well, she'll learn someday. Maybe she'll get to the point where it'll just become exhausting to take care of all of them, and she'll realize it on her own.
Well, kids will be kids. And then as he just about finishes that sentence, that is when Yaren will enter. Captain, you're still here. I do believe you have some duties. As she kind of like says it, you can see this. You can hear the emphasis on duty, and when she says it, she'll also give him a bit of a look, and he'll just respond with, "Oh, right." And as he looks over, he'll just say, "Means cleaning up a little bit of the shit upstairs." Then make his way out.
Oh, dear.
Yaren, with a couple of books and a few scrolls, and you can count 6 that are tucked under her arm, she will make her way over, shutting the door behind her, placing the material on the table. Right next to the food and the ale with a few tankards, all that good stuff. Well, drinks?
Oh, John.
Just water for me.
Yeah, I'll drink. You'll have to forgive me, Yard. I might nod off for like 5 minutes at some point.
I'd have an ale, but yeah, I think we're all pretty exhausted. I don't think we can stay up much later.
Well, I am willing to stay up and come up with as long as it takes to come up with some kind of plan. I'm a little concerned for our current circumstances.
Well,
We could also plan in the morning.
I'm unsure of exactly what each of you fully know about this, but anything I can do to help. If you wish to just reconvene in the morning and just take the room. There's plenty of room with Silky and the amount of creatures that she brought along. But Nonetheless, there's plenty of space up there for each of you.
Well, I'm willing to stay up a little bit to chat about some basics, maybe.
Yeah, I'm good to talk now.
Well, as she starts by unrolling one of the scrolls, and as you look upon it, it is just a bit of scrabbled, like scribbled pieces of information. Nothing that seems too different than what you have in the Faith Within Faith book that you acquired at Glint's.
Okay. So, here's my main concern. If we are right, and Estelar has all the rest of the pieces, and his half of the crown has joined together, he will probably try to come to us as soon as possible. So, what I really would like to find and or develop, maybe as quickly as possible, is a way to hide ourselves from any kind of divination magics or location spells, that sort of deal. Because I know that Kroot is confident that we can take them, but I have my doubts, and I think we need to maybe lay low for a bit.
Oh, you misunderstood me. I said we'd lose. In our state.
Oh, all right, sorry, I misheard you. It's been a distracting day. So, Yaren, do your contacts know of anything of which I speak of, or anything like that? Do you know of something that could help us with that?
I know of a few possibilities. Perhaps a thickened walled room that will prevent such things, but I don't know. And you'll see her open one of a red and gold trimmed book and begins thumbing through it. Maybe this? No.
Well, I mean, we can't exactly take a really thick-walled room everywhere we go. That doesn't sound good.
Well, I mean, that might be able to do you well if you stay here for a bit of time, but it's gonna take me a bit of time. I have to think.
I understand. I mean, the problem with that is if it's going to take time to build such a thing, he will definitely have scryed at us at some point and devised where we are.
Well, it wouldn't. We don't have to worry about any of the construction. I'd be able to do a room here in the guild, but as you said, taking it with you on the road, it's going to be nearly impossible.
Hmm. And if we hide
Hey,
here... Sorry, Kroot, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask her if there's a temple dedicated to Vader here in this city.
Not specifically Vader, but there is a nice shrine in the temple.
Dedicated to Vader.
The shrine, yes.
Might work. Thank you.
And at most, we only really need to stay hidden for a week or so until we're back to full physically. And then after that, I think we're going to leave. And I mean, it would be nice to stay hidden after that, but it just seems like it would require a lot of power to be hidden from all sort of divination magic permanently.
Well, if we could get that protection, it would be ideal, because then we could try and help some other people in other cities and try to gain more allies against Estelar. Because right now, I think what we need to do is find a way to buy us time.
What about this one? It says here that some wizards are able to cast a style of, like, it seems as if a small dome of protection.
Yeah, but we need it to be portable.
Yes, this is a spell. I myself
is-
not a wizard, but there's some notes on it right here.
Is it
it's-
something that could be copied into a spell book?
As you look over towards it, Raven, this isn't a like scroll or anything of like what you have normally encountered. These are like scrolls of notes and just books of like research and things of that nature.
It's something like that would be in an actual spell book, though, not in a scroll, not on a spell scroll, right? Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, but this isn't a spell book that she's reading.
Okay. Do I think I could decipher it into a spell and put it in my spell book potentially?
Yeah,
if
go
I
ahead
look
and
at
take
it?
she'll hand over the notes to you, and
Uh-huh.
as you look over it, give me an Arcana check.
Would you, by chance, be able to assist me there, Pandora?
I think the only way I can assist you is if I'm proficient, and I am not proficient yet in Arcana.
I thought you're proficient in Arcana. Oh, I totally thought you were for some reason.
No,
But it's
I've been
usually gone
working
the
on
other
it.
way around. You've helped her.
Okay.
I
Never
give you
mind.
guidance.
I mean, I'm gonna roll, but yeah. So, okay, if you want to guide it, that'd be great. Yeah.
I'll give you guidance.
Yeah. Here we go. No. Oh my gosh, the roll 20 gods hate me so much.
Well, it's not too hard to decipher, and with you already having knowledge of these notes and it having some familiarity to you, these notes are on Lehman's tiny hut.
That doesn't help us against divination.
So I would mention this. This clearly looks like this other spell I already have in my spell book. Have you heard of Leoman's tiny hut?
I've heard of it, but
It's basically it's more of an environmental dome that can protect you, but as far as I'm aware, it doesn't protect you from divination. It protects you from physical missiles and things like that. Prevents enemies from entering. It's a safe haven for you to sleep in while you're on the road and traveling to camp.
But it can be dispelled.
It can be dispelled, and as far as I'm aware, I don't believe it blocks divination spells. Do I see anything in the notes that's beyond the normality of that
no,
spell
I mean, like,
that would
from these
block
notes,
divination?
and like the understanding, like what you're comprehending is that, I mean, even from previously meeting her, she is not a wizard. These are just things that she has in her position.
Okay.
Didn't
I
we
mean-
learn of a wizard in Laos at some point?
Yeah, but you know who's there right now.
Yes. Yaren, do you know of the wizard in Laos? Maybe he has the means to help us with this certain spell we are.
Are you speaking
looking
of
for.
Bradgar?
Oh, is that his name? Is he still alive? Do you know?
She'll give a shrug. I do not. We've sent assistance for the war there, but it's been a bit quiet as of late. Don't know if that's good or bad.
Are you able to reach out to him magically, or no?
No, unfortunately not.
Shit. Do you know of any other wizards by chance?
The captain?
Oh, Captain Zenio? Is he a very powerful wizard?
She'll kind of like gesture her hand, like rocking it side to side. Well, he's proved to be quite valuable, but
I thought he was more of a fighter.
yes, he just has a bit of knowledge in the arcane arts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it sounds like multi-class to me.
What is this
Multi-classing.
Oh, it's just a term I read at some point.
He coined it a few weeks ago.
I'm not a big fan of it personally, but to each their own.
Hey. All right,
I-
well, we
I'm
can't
ju-
go to Laos.
A dome is a start. I mean, you said that it can be dispelled, but we're not worried about dispelling. He would just be like in front of us anyway in order to do that.
But no, Raven is ordered to use the spell in our presence, and he knows that it does not protect from divination or scrying or locating or anything like that. It just is warm and keeps people outside of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as long as it makes things somewhat more difficult, then let's start. We're still relatively cautious altogether. I mean, obviously we won't stop a scrying eye, but the abilities that we can prevent being ambushed or whatever is pretty good, I'd say.
Right. Well, yes. But it is not that difficult to get rid of. It's not a very high level.
Well, make it extra safe, then. Wizards can do that, right?
No.
Whatever.
Thinking about it, I mean, there has to be something, right? You just have to be able to find it. But with that in mind, with the last time that each of you were here, you had come across his companions, correct? Even removing one from the ranks?
Yes, we did.
We actually removed 2.
Oh, another.
He's not with us anymore.
She became a friend, and then shortly thereafter, died quite suddenly.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that.
We are very upset about it. She was a very powerful ally.
We have her ash with us.
So, if we cannot find these means of hiding ourselves from magic, then my next proposal is that instead of trying to hide on this world, we go to another world to hide. And the one I have in mind is the world of the dragons.
Why did you say
How
that
will
all
we get there?
nonchalantly?
What's that? Right, Alexi? You both said something at the same time.
Why did you say that all nonchalantly? Just go to another world. As if that's easier.
Well, from my understanding, we've already done it.
We just find the portal of dragons.
Yes.
Oh, is that where it went? Well, that's...
Why do you have to go to that world?
Well, they're incredible creatures. Look at them. Imagine if we had an entire army of them at our backs, and when we faced Estelar, I think he would run. I think he would abandon this endeavor to end the world, and I think he would flee. And that would buy us time to get more powerful.
That would be amazing if we could do that, but how would we convince dragons to join us?
I imagine more likely them eating us.
I mean, have you... The one we spoke with earlier was not exactly the best
Yes,
negotiation we could have done.
I did a little bit of an experiment of my own to see if every one of them was like that. I sent a message to the one that we had briefly encountered on the ocean, and she actually seemed interested in meeting us. We would just have to make it to her.
When did you do this?
I remember,
Oh.
but it was.
I don't remember that actually.
I believe the means of getting there were near impossible, and it wasn't high on our list to begin with.
That wasn't the point of the message. The point of the message was to see if they're all greedy, gold-hungry, evil creatures, and I have determined they are their own beings that have different personalities.
Right. But an alliance like that, for humans to be with dragons to then fight against other humans, I mean, to them it just seems like small potatoes. I don't know if that
Not
would
a-
work.
Nothing like small potatoes.
Not if we reveal to them that this man can enslave them against their will. I think we might be able to find a dragon that would be interested in stopping such a person.
I don't know. I just always thought of dragons as stubborn and self-centered.
I don't think they're all like that.
I think at this point, Yarn is just sat back in her chair, like fully floored at this conversation.
This woman is
The
so
fact that we've
far
met
overhead.
dragons, let alone talk to them.
We should really write stories about this. This is getting interesting.
At this point, Fruit's gonna reach in his backpack and pull out the gift that Silky gave him.
Pull out a pretty, I mean, for a child of her age, like pretty nicely wrapped present. Nice little bow
And
on the
I'll
top.
unwrap it.
You open it up, and if I remember correctly, it was a nice green dress.
Yep.
And I'm like, ha ha ha, a snot rag, and I blow my nose in it. And stick it back in my backpack.
Jesus Christ.
Uh,
I think one of my sisters could have wore that. All
That-
right.
Was worth a little bit of coin. Okay.
Oh, that'll teach you to go spending your money on expensive handkerchiefs.
Jesus.
A prank gone wrong. All right. I don't know what I expected.
This handkerchief, like, completely, like, over your body size. Like, it's way too lengthy for you to wear, Groot.
It's like a blanket.
Yeah, it would have been a nice blanket.
Yeah, it's silly to wear handkerchiefs in the first place. I mean, what was she thinking?
But Pandora, after she chuckles a little bit, looks back to the just mouth agape Yarn and says, "Sorry, when the world is changing very quickly."
Small potatoes. You said that another world of dragons, but I thought the war in Laos was a bit more impactful. Quite a bit taken back.
Well, I am still trying to catch up for the most part. Really, we're just kind of winging it right now. It's not great. I'd really like to get into a position where we can do some actual planning and not feel like we're constantly having to improvise. I
Yeah,
don't
so
know
far our
about
plan has
anybody
been just to
else.
stay alive.
And I'm really sick of just doing that. I want to start winning here. And as far as I can tell, the easiest way to win would to enter an alliance with dragons.
I mean, there's also the chance that my theory is wrong and that SLR still hasn't gotten to all the remains yet. We can start looking for those.
We have no way
Something
to
triggered
know.
these pieces.
I agree. And we have no way of knowing. The only way we can find out is if we go try and follow Estelar's tracks and find him. And that's not really what we want to do right now.
Well, I'm not saying find SLR. I'm just saying find remains. I'm just saying it's worth looking. That's all.
Well, Rexian, there were only 2 missing now. All of them are pretty much accounted for if he was successful in Laos.
Do we
I think
know
we should go
which ones he's
speak
successful?
with that blue dragon.
Yes, we do know the pieces, the ones we don't have.
How many were there again?
It's
Five.
like It's like 8 in total.
Well, oh, you mean the ones we have?
The ones you have are total.
1, 2.
There's 11 of them, and we have 5.
6,
So that's 6 other pieces
10.
that we haven't gotten yet.
Maybe the one in Laos has not been acquired. Although something has happened that made them join.
I'm seeing 10. What are you guys talking about?
I see 11.
I see dead people.
Nah, there's 10.
I
Try
see 11.
counting again.
I just counted 11 again.
How?
By counting.
Kyle, you can just tell us. You've written all this stuff. There's how many are there?
Kyle, tell me I'm right.
Do we roll intelligence checks to count good?
I mean, there's one
No,
for each
he-
of the
An
gods.
intelligence off.
He can tell us. I have the book in front of me. I'm the one who's holding the book, and I have it open.
Yeah, I'm recounting. I wanted to say there was 10, but I just want to double check and make sure.
I just want to prove that you can't fucking count.
I count 11.
I've literally counted 8 times since we've been sitting here, and I see 10, dude.
I actually got 11 too.
How?
Yeah, I'm counting 11.
Scroll all the way up and all the way down.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not counting the
Kyle.
crown, by the way.
Golden Father.
No, it's fine. Kyle confirmed it. It's 11.
Okay.
There's like one not fully described because the Golden Mother and the Dawn Mother and the Golden Father are
Same, but
the same,
they're two
but they're not
different pieces, yeah.
listed both.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, crew, do you want to go to the dragon under the sea? That's very difficult. I think it would be easier to go find the portal and jump through it.
That I'm confused about. You know where the portal is?
Wasn't it near Blight, actually?
There was one. Well, there's the one up by Everwinter that we haven't been to. I don't know if we know which one that is though.
What'd you call it?
And I think we said that there was one up by Blight. We just haven't ever been up there. I think Joanne told us about that.
Yeah, I thought somebody told us that the dragons were coming out of a specific portal. I could have sworn.
Yeah, she
somebody
said
did.
Zidane. The
Zidane, where it's capital.
the capital's Blight.
The capital's right.
Oh, yeah. So we know where the fucking portal is that's spitting out dragons.
Is Zidane the name of the island then?
Yeah.
Giant
Or-
ice continent.
Yeah, the
Okay.
country.
It's okay. It's not on the map.
Yes.
I don't think.
Yes. So we know where the portal is. All we have to do is get there.
All right. That's more of a concrete idea than we had in a while. So, sure,
I mean,
let's talk to
what
more
the-
dragons, I guess.
I mean, what are the what other? There's no other perfect place to hide. I think if Dickelar actually if he even finds out where we went, I think even that would give him pause to step into a world full of dragons. I mean, it should give us pause too, but I can't think of any other options.
Rixian will suddenly nod off and slam his head on the table and fall asleep. Be right back, guys.
Oh my goodness.
I'll give him kudos for that. That was a pretty good exit.
Well then, as Rixian's head just slams into the table as he is knocked out cold, just too tired as he fell asleep because all of a suddenly
Can I do a medicine check
Sure.
for the table?
For the table.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yaren, I'm not sure of what help we could ask you for, other than maybe a ship to get to Zidane. and any information of anybody under your employ that might have seen a big purple rip in reality in the sky.
Well, I could send out and see what word comes up, but it it's gonna take time. The ship would need to be equipped to make it through the ice. Most of them here wouldn't be able to withstand such damage. And
Do they?
on top of that idea, what would happen? You said that these pieces, since removed from their locations, have opened these portals. What happens if you die? What happens if the pieces are stuck there?
It will make it more difficult for Estelar to complete his plans, but the portals will keep opening and staying open. But we can teach you how to close them. We've had experience with that. It's only temporarily, but I think we should probably start spreading the word to armies and such.
She'll just like place her hands on her forehead, running her fingers through her hair. It does seem that this needs to be taken care of quite promptly. Need to pull back the troops from Laels. If that's the case, and be spread too thin.
I don't know. We probably shouldn't let Laels get taken over by whatever is going on down there. But that's your prerogative, obviously. I am not in command of them. But do you know of a ship that sails the waters that's able to break through the ice?
That's here. That area has been cut off for hundreds of years.
And they don't have a teleportation circle?
She'll shrug. Not to my knowledge.
Can we
Maybe I could use the spell to control the ice.
Could we walk across the ice?
Perhaps.
That would take longer.
Yes, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of options. If we don't have a ship that can break through the ice, we need to come up with something else. I mean, we have our mounts. Fluffy is got the. Well, I actually don't know if I can bring Fluffy. I don't know if he's regained his strength yet. These are obviously just ideas that I've come up with. It's not necessarily a plan. For all I know, we will step through the portal of dragons. We'll open our mouths to talk about peace, and then it will eat us.
Well, there must be something that we're overlooking.
Well, I think maybe we should sleep on it.
Perhaps. Is your friend okay?
But trust me, it's harder than that would.
Yes, he is just very exhausted. Our last engagement was very taxing.
Well, if you all wish to sleep on it, I will seek with the captain and see what we may be able to help with. I feel that we owe you a gratitude after, well, not only for warning us of this dire situation, but also in aiding in my request.
Appreciate it. Can I Joby a member of this guild? I trust your judgment so far. You have proven to be a very honorable person, and this is the first organization that we've come across that I wouldn't be mind being a member of.
Yeah, the others were a bunch of assholes.
I would have to inform you if that is the case, then you would have to fall in line with these situations and under my command. I wouldn't let you be able to run amongst the world as you've been doing.
Ah, alright. Maybe another day, but we need to hold on to our. Freedom is the wrong word, but will to move around as we wish.
Unfortunately, due to the circumstances, we have the war and, well, now this that's been presented as well.
Right, well, before I go to sleep, let me share with you how the portals are closed. And then Pandora will tell her that you have to find a magical heart within a creature that you most likely have to kill, and then you just have to shatter it and jump back through the portal, and it should shrink and disappear on its own.
That's the temporary fix. The real fix is, well,
Yeah, and
are we
I inform her
doing
that
now? Okay.
Yeah, I tell her that it's only a temporary fix. The portal, it's inevitable that the portal will come back. I also tell her of the strange red and black dragon-like creature that seemingly was able to feed off of it somehow, and it's particularly dangerous. And yeah, also tell her that every time you step through these portals, to go close them, you're stepping into another world, and who knows what's on the other side.
Usually there's a creature in there, a separate creature in there
Guardian.
that you have to defeat. Yes. Not for the faint of heart. Or amateur.
And
soldier.
that's assuming that they're all the same, correct?
Correct. All of them could be different for all we know.
They could be different creatures or different tasks, but would imagine they would be similar difficulty.
Well, then she will make sure that she jots down these notes and the information that you have given her, adding more information to these books, and
Curious, where is this room with the thicker walls? I think, if it's okay with you, I think we should probably sleep in it as much as we possibly can.
Sleep for 3 days. No.
Well, the room may not be the most luxurious of styles, but it'll be downstairs in the cellar. It's used as just a bit of storage, keeping, well, more valuable items, food, ale, things of that manner.
At the word ale, I'm going to start heading down.
That was the dangerous thing to tell him. Well, we don't need comfort right now. We just need to be safe. And we need these pieces to be safe.
What are you doing with the pieces at the moment? Just have them back in your bag,
About to
or?
ask that.
Well, it's still one piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so
I guess
one
we
of us
could
has to hold
technically
on to
start
it.
calling it just a half circle now.
So I'm concerned that it being one piece, it's has a higher risk. If something happens to the person holding it, or if they're not vigilant at protecting it,
Well,
it
I
could be
doubt.
very easily lost and to Estelar, and he would complete the crown.
And how close do we have to be to it to retain its powers?
I don't know, but having all our eggs in one basket
Mm.
sounds very dangerous to me.
He's
Well, I
waking up,
doubt-
I'll pick up his head and slam it back down on the table.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
I'm awake now. Sorry, I'm actually fully refreshed since I got that nap.
A little power nap.
Well, I doubt you'll be able to break it.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure if you break it, it will just reconnect itself.
So, the question is, if only one of us can hold it, who will we rely on? Who will
Well,
that person be?
Pandora brings out raven skull made out of garnet, and she'll say that, well, when I go down, this item has the magical capabilities to protect me, and anything encased within its ability cannot be touched for a certain amount of time. So,
Can the magic on it be dispelled?
not to my knowledge.
Then you can keep it.
I mean, if that happened, it would just buy you guys time. That's really all it would do.
I mean, I do feel more beefier than I did before for some reason, or at least until after I get some more sleep.
Beefcake!
And I happen to be someone who is probably the most slippery out of all of us.
Yeah, but you're
Well,
also the weakest.
I don't know about that. I'm pretty slippery, and I believe I'm faster than all of you.
Live old Pandora keep it.
I guess it just depends on who's more survivable in terms of not getting hit or avoiding damage.
Yes.
Anyway, it's up to the rest of you on whether or not I hold on to it. I'm going to go get some sleep. And maybe in the morning we decide whether or not we cross an ice-covered wasteland to go jump through a portal of dragons.
Hell yeah.
Pan-
Did we agree
Pandora
on that? I was asleep.
Pandora gets up and leaves.
I guess we did.
Rixie,
All right, cool.
Did we agree on that? I don't know. Well, with that, if there's anything else in particular you guys would like to do for the night, maybe enjoying some of the amenities from the guild, the food and drinks, or perhaps the small library, things of that nature, feel free. But if not, then we can just fast forward to the next morning.
I think
Fast
the only
forward for
thing,
me.
yeah, only thing Pandora would do is have dinner with Silky. That's it before she went to sleep. Tell her about my adventures. We don't need to roleplay that. That can be fast forward over, I think.
Okay, I was just about to ask if there's anything in particular that you had a question for, but if not, the only thing I would mention is that when having dinner, you will see that there is quite a more abundance of animals. Most of them having white fur. You see like snow hair rabbits, little baby sheep and goats and things, and it indeed does smell like a barn when you make your way up and deal with that for dinner.
Great. I don't think Bandora's going to say anything. I think she's just going to wait for all of her animals to just become such a fucking job that Silky realizes on her own that she needs to cut back.
All right. So as we go into the next morning, Rixian, can you give me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Absolutely.
There it is.
Nice.
Got the wrong portrait. One sec.
I kind of wanted to see how much edgier he'd get if he became a vampire.
In due
Do
time.
vampires have lingering effects? Thought that was just werewolves.
I think it varies by GM, I think.
So, Rixian, as you awake the next morning, you feel a burning sensation just in like your shoulder area, right at like the lower part of your neck. As you rub your hands over it, you feel 2 small wounds healing over just as the burning subsides.
Oh, right. I guess I should have told someone about that. And he'll think about it for a bit, and I'd rather not worry anyone about this. I'm sure it's gonna go away.
Oh, Rixian's that fucking guy.
Yeah.
Besides, I feel a third more bulkier than I did yesterday.
Oh, good lord.
So
You
I
look
think
down,
I'm
you
gonna
got
be
like a
good.
little belly pouch now.
Yeah, and I'm just like, and I just start punching myself. I was like, yeah, I'm pretty strong now. Sick.
Oh my god. I'm gonna roll hit dice.
All right, so with the morning being it how we do it with the experience going through, now you will have a long rest completed. So if you're rolling hit dice to regain HP, you will not have to worry about that, my friend. Everything will just be back at full hit long rest, and your guy, everyone will be good to go.
Oh
All
shit,
spells
I
and
forgot.
everything.
Yes, spells and everything. It's
Oh
it.
hell yeah!
I expect you all to kind of forget it from time to time because levels
I
are
did.
very far apart now with being in the double digits. But yeah, when you level, it's the equivalent of a long rest.
Oh, I forgot that you do the video gaming style of
Yes, for
level
this
up.
in particular thing, it helps a lot.
I agree.
Uh, Rixian, over the course of the next few days, would think about kind of how everyone in our party is able to cast spells somewhat, but that Raven seems to be the only one who actually cares about spells. So he wants to try to figure out how the intricacies and science of how magic actually works, and like identifying certain spells and like knowing what something does at a glance, and something to help Raven when he's studying. And basically, he wants to get proficiency in Arcana somehow.
Couldn't you have you just said that?
Well, I got to come up with a good reason for it.
Right. I mean, I think multiple of us are trying to do that same thing. Yeah.
I'm already 2 weeks ahead of you, bros.
Oh, you're doing it too?
Well, yes. Other
Yeah.
than it taking quite a bit of time to become
I didn't know that.
proficient, it's mainly time and money. If you have someone who will train you for free, as Pandora had when you all were last in Bluxmouth, and um, perhaps maybe someone like Raven can help you out with it.
So, and I actually wanted to ask when Joanne was teaching me, and it wasn't specifically to learn Arcana proficiency, but to learn the spells
Mhm.
and copy them into my book. It was a lot of Arcana, like learning. Does that count towards potentially the Arcana proficiency?
If you
Like,
don't already have it, then yes, it would.
okay.
But if just for like an example, if Raven does have it, I can't remember off the top of my head without pulling up the sheet in front of me, but if he does, then he could help train you all with it. But other than needing to spend time in coin and having a master.
Okay.
I think Rixian will instead just realize how absent-minded he's been in various other occasions, and want to see if anyone can help him be better at investigating.
I'd like to cast Sending whenever you're ready, DM.
Sure, just let me know, and I will just pull up that information in the book for learning it so I can give you a more definite time frame.
All right.
But you can go ahead, Pandora. I can pull this up and slightly multitask.
Okay, I would like to cast Sending to the blue dragon again. And I would like to say... Hello. We're potentially traveling to your world. Is there someone we can contact who won't kill us? We want to establish an alliance with dragons. That should be 25.
Dope. Nice reroll on your recharge for the shield. I believe that should
I
be
got
all of
lucky.
your charges.
Yep.
um,
Got him.
Pandora, your response will be met with just a low-toned laughter. Good luck.
Oh my gosh.
Rixian, from the book, it says 250 downtime days, so almost a year.
Holy moly.
And the 250 gold pieces, or you can try to see if you can find a task or a quest to complete. And that's just like kind of like extra ideas to go with it. But out of like the book is the time, the 250 days and 250 gold.
And that's times 7 for us, right?
With this response, can Bandora get a feeling of like obviously the two very short instances of talking with the dragon, that she seemed a lot like the other silver dragon, just kind of sinister and menacing?
I would say you could take it for how you would like. When talking to her the first time, she gave you the option, but maybe this just seems like a very outlandish idea to her. Who knows?
Thanks for wasting my 3rd level spell slot, Blue Dragon. You suck.
Yeah. And after we eat breakfast, I'm gonna go to the shrine, I guess, is what's her face said. And or the temple, and look for the shrine dedicated to Vader.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna establish another word of recall there.
You can have multiple.
But yeah,
That's dope.
doesn't say in the spell that it's only one place.
That is sick.
Mhm.
Holy crap.
Yeah, when I read through it the first time, I guess I just like assumed, but after reading it again, because that was my question when you brought it up, is if you could actually have multiple. But yeah, it doesn't say. That's dope.
Yeah.
He's making his own teleportation circles.
Yeah.
Good ideas. Yeah, I
Then
mean
I'll
that
head
can
back
be
to
easily
the-
done, no problem.
Where everybody else is at, so.
So you have to cast it to designate an area, and then you cast it like in battle.
Yeah, to go
again
back.
To
Yeah.
go back. So you obviously have to rest in between the preparing it,
Right.
the
So
location.
that
versus
already
the-
that took up my 6th level spell.
So we're gonna have to rest a week
Oof.
again. Yeah.
If we want it back, yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's powerful, so I
Yeah.
mean, it's yeah.
Sweet. After that disappointing use of a spell, Pandora will look to reconvene with everybody.
Hey, I mean
You
That
had a
they were
dragon
hoping.
tell you to wish us luck. That's pretty cool.
In a very mocking way and condescending, but hey.
Right.
If anything,
Running into assholes everywhere.
that just encourages Pandora to prove this dragon wrong.
Yeah, it's a provocative way of saying it. In which case, let's go, freaking impress her.
And I'd also like to find out if there's any kind of magic item shops around here.
Oh no, none here.
Yeah, I think we determined
Down
that
here?
last
Okay.
time.
Well, then knowing that we're going somewhere where it's going to be cold, Kroot's going to buy supplies for everyone, you know, like warm jackets, boots.
Ooh, yeah.
Some winter gear.
Some iron boots.
Winter gear, yes.
Get it?
Oh, no iron boots. Those would be
Get
too
it?
cold.
I mean,
Yeah,
Kroot, get it? Yeah.
unless they're lined with fur.
Yeah. Boots with the fur. Sorry. You gotta set that up.
And I'll pay for all of that. Just give me a price.
So for the 4 of you, and with the amount in area that you are currently, it won't be too expensive. It will just be 32 gold.
32 gold. Okay, I'll give them 4 platinum.
And then this will consist of a fur coat, cloak, layers of cool wool clothing, and some gloves, boots, things of that manner.
All
Well,
right.
if we're gonna do that stuff before meeting up, I would like to first get my +3 longsword, maybe touched up a little bit, polished, and then try to sell it, since I have Yaknoth now, which is actually magical.
Kroot's gonna look for a place where he can get his hammer polished. I'm kidding.
All right, Pandora, can you give me a persuasion check, please?
Guidance. That was almost a natural 20.
With a +9?
Oh, on the die, I think it almost landed on the 20. I think you.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I guess that might be close to.
25.
Well, we don't have much to offer, but we can give you 850 gold for that.
Pandora just looks at him very disappointingly and says, "Yeah, this is worth far more than that. Thank you, though."
All right. Limited supplies, we're at war here.
No worries, I understand.
Rixian will try to find ways of making himself better at certain things, at least something more impressive than any of his party members. But every time he goes looking for a vocation to study, he just gets lazy and picks another one, until at the end of the day he just gives up and goes to the library.
So are we not
We've been here
reconvening
before,
today?
right?
Yes.
Oh, did we already establish that there's no place to buy healing potions here? I can't remember. Okay. In that case, I'll head back to reconvene with everyone else.
Oh, that's right. I guess I wasn't here for most of that, but yeah, we convened.
All right. So after taking care of a few individual things in the morning, each of you do reconvene back at the tavern area to enjoy a small breakfast and begin planning out exactly what I guess the plan is.
I'll hand everybody their set of winter clothing, winter gear. I thought we might need these where we're going. I took the liberty of buying everybody's.
If only we were Critical Role, I'd love to describe what Pandora's winter clothes armor looked like.
Wow, this clothing is so indescribable. Thank you.
So, after a night of rest, how does anyone have any new ideas?
Well,
We can essentially leave at any time because I feel like I'm ready to cast spells again.
I feel a bit quicker this morning.
I, for one, am a little bit more encouraged to prove some people wrong about this plan because I tried contacting the Blue Dragon again to see if she knew anyone that we could talk to on the other side, and she laughed at me. So that's annoying.
Is it surprising though?
I don't know. I expected a little bit more.
You remember Mogan, right?
Yes, I remember Mogan, of course. It's hard to forget that in that engagement.
I think it's more of the case, by the way you made it sound like, that it should be in person rather than over the phone, because dragons don't really respond nicely to just random messages from curious people going like, hey, I think you're cool, or hey, I think we should team up. They'll just think it's silly. So I think it's more appropriate if we go find them.
I mean, you're wrong, because the first time I contacted her and asked her if she would be interested in some kind of alliance, she actually gave me a bit of directions to come to her.
She's giving mixed signals.
Well, that's essentially the same thing then.
I honestly feel way more comfortable jumping through a portal rather than going to the depths of the ocean, not knowing what is down there, to go confront a dragon that may or may not be entrapping us.
I mean, yeah, I'm not considering going down underwater until I find ways of combating actual water pressure.
So, none of us have any more ideas.
I mean, I already considered just going to various places where we know there's possibly some remains, and to confirm whether or not they're there or they're not.
I mean, did we want to try to venture to Laels and confirm if that last piece has been taken?
No, because that is where Estelar might be.
Yeah, but anywhere but there is what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, once he found the piece, I wouldn't expect him to hang around.
No, he'll be coming straight to us. Which is why
So then we need to get moving.
Yes, which is why I think running to another world is our best option. It is a dangerous option. We have absolutely no idea what we're walking into. But it's also kind of exciting. I mean, a world of dragons, that is amazing.
Yeah, well, I guess if he's already on our tail, then that does seem to be the more smarter option. Really, I don't think there's any idea that could beat that.
My question is, I know we're feeling stronger today, but are we still going to take another week to rest?
No, if the longer we stay here, the more likely we are to put this entire city in danger from Estelar. I think we need to move. I think we are officially on the run.
So how do we get there? We just take a boat?
If hopefully, I've never been there, but hopefully we can take a ship out to where the ice starts to get impossible to break through, and then we can just either ride or walk across it. We'll need to have supplies enough to feed us and water so we do not die from the elements, and thank you for this warm gear. I'm surprised you were able to pick out such a cute set of clothes that fit perfectly with my armor.
Same
Know
here.
your style.
I appreciate it.
I do have some concern about being on a boat if Estelar is chasing us. We're kind of sitting ducks if he comes after us and finds us. Remember how
Did he feel-
we demolished
We're-
those sailors before on the boat and they
We're
couldn't
s-
do anything about it?
we're sitting ducks no matter where we are, whether we're on the road in a wagon or whether we stay here in the city. He's going to come for us.
Oh, I know that.
That-
I'm just saying on a boat we don't have anywhere to run.
Neither does he.
Well, unless from what we were told, they travel by flying creatures, so
Well, didn't Kroot just say that he knows how to use this word of recall thing that apparently is better than my spell, which I don't
well,
think so, but
But I'm
He
not
won't-
going to have access to it.
he won't be able to use it again for another long rest.
Week.
Another week rest.
wait, really?
He just
Yeah.
used it to designate a new safe haven.
Location. Yeah.
Oh, you can only use it once?
You use it to designate a location, or you use it to teleport to one of those designated locations.
Right.
So you
Okay.
technically have to use the spell twice to actually use it.
All the more reason for us to take on harder tasks, like helping out dragons to become more powerful. Because if Kroot can get to the point where he can use that more times, that would be more beneficial for us. And as far as resting for a week, I'm not so sure that is a good idea.
Well, in terms of facing Estelar, whether we're on a boat or on land, I feel like we're going to be in severe danger either way. I
I
mean,
agree with that.
I can probably make it out because I can breathe underwater, but
I'm just concerned that we get, fireballed while we're on the boat, like we did to those sailors. Then we have nowhere to go.
well, that's to be expected of Dickalar.
Right. Well, again, that's my concern of being on a boat. Just putting
What?
that out there.
Here's the thing.
Our lives are
I-
going to be in mortal hell. No matter.
Diana just blessed me with the spell that I think he's been using, which is polymorph. And it only lasts an hour. So if we're on a boat, he has to spend a lot of resources to fly after us. And I doubt he has the capabilities of just teleporting on top of us in the middle of the fucking ocean.
Yeah, I think so too, to be honest.
I think
it's-
we're in more danger on land, actually.
I think he'll be able to find us easier, but I think if we are found while on the water, we are in further danger.
I disagree.
like
I think we're safer.
It's like well, sorry, that's a wrong analogy. We're in D&D now. I was thinking of a real life analogy.
Feels like we're
It
between a
doesn't-
rock and a hard place.
Yes. I was trying to explain the difference of a car crash versus an airplane crash.
Well, here's the options. We go from city to city, helping out citizens and potentially gaining more allies that way. And each time we go to a new city to help them, we put them at risk of everyone being killed by Estelar, us included.
Mhm.
Or we get on a ship and we try to jump through a portal to another world where we take all of this nonsense away from Elista altogether.
And what if we are killed in the portal?
Sucks to suck. Just don't suck.
So I do have I was gonna say, I don't think we're going to be able to rest on the other plane of existence once we go through that portal. I think it's
Well,
gonna
we can't
be
rest.
just chaos on the other side.
We can't rest now.
Well, I don't know if that's true, but
Estelar knows how to find us. He knows how to locate us. He's coming straight for us. Right now, as we speak. I feel it.
it's possible he needs to rest again, like last time, after just recovering this last piece.
But we don't know, and here we are talking in circles.
Yes, we don't know.
But we need to take action.
Well, yeah, like I said, this is out of all the actions, this is the best action. So let's go find a ship.
I will go talk to Yaren.
Didn't she say it's going to take a while for the ship?
No, she said it would take a while to gather information.
I think it was preparing it to go into the ice.
But anyway, I'm going to go find Yaren. And Pandora leaves.
Meeting done, right?
Meeting adjourned. As Pandora hits the gavel and moves on.
Everything went quiet. Did I lose connection?
No,
No.
Nope.
I did. I got booted from Roll20.
You're always
What?
getting booted.
Why does my winter clothes have a
know.
skirt on it?
He's always getting iron booted. Sorry.
Yep.
That was eye roll inducing.
Mm-hmm. That's the point.
Well, Pandora, as you set out in search of Yaren, you first, go down the first couple of doors, check her office. You see that the door is closed when you arrive.
Okay, I'll give it a knock.
And you were just met with Yaren's voice. Who is it?
Pandora?
Oh, come in, come in.
Sweet. Pandora will enter. And she'll say, good morning.
Morning. Did each of you sleep well?
Yes, we did. We slept as well as we could in the storage room.
Well, I'm sorry for, again, the accommodations, but if it did provide any help, then it was well served.
I hope it did. But I think we have come... Well, unfortunately, we don't have much choice this time around. Sorry about the dogs barking. And we have decided to travel to another world, I guess. So I was wondering if you know of a ship that is available and willing to take us out to the ice of Zidane, and we will walk across it, I guess.
Well, even one close enough to bring you towards ice that you'd be safe enough to walk across it will still take some time to prepare. We'll still be having to maneuver about ice chunks flowing through the water and are broken off, but perhaps I was told by Croth with your endeavor in breaking the line, the barricade of the ships, you are capable of flying?
For
a
a
short
short
period of
time.
time.
Yes, for a short time. Not for very long.
I will say I do know of the spell that will help us all walk across water at a certain point, and I can just cast that whenever it's necessary.
Right, we have that.
I have the water breathing one as well.
I mean, just so you know, the longer that we are here, the more likely Luxmouth is in danger. We need to move as quickly as possible.
Understood. This is why I was curious if those stories were true, as we know Croth isn't the most intelligent individual that walks the world, but I just figured his story may have been over-embellished. But if each of you have those capabilities, then I do not see why this would be an issue. We can get you close enough to where the captain sees fit, and, well, from that point on that call, the journey is your own.
It is indeed.
Well, it
How
just
long will it take?
it will just take a better half of the better half of the day to get everything ready, supplies, and the crew assembled. But before nightfall, you will be sent out.
Understood. Thank you for your help, Yaren. I am afraid this will be the last time we'll see each other, probably for some time.
Are
How
you?
long will the trip take?
Well, I would assume perhaps a few days, a week's time. As long as there's no trouble along the way, no storm, you have the wind at your back, pushing the sails.
Diana's favor upon us that we meet no issues. But if we don't come back, I would have to say in a month, assume we are dead. And Pandora just holds out her hand for a handshake.
And then if that's the case, as she shakes your hand, what of the child?
Well, I haven't talked to her about the animals because I'm waiting for her to realize that it's too much work to have that many of them. Trying to make her learn the lesson on her own. That's what I've had to do with Silky. So I apologize for that, and I'm willing to pay for any damages after that is done. As far as her, maybe try to convince her to start working for the guild if you're okay with that. She has skills and abilities. I don't know if she wants to go to war, but maybe she can do something else around here. I don't want you to just be taking care of her for free all this time. That would be rude. But if she's not willing to work, just kick her out on. Well, don't do that. I still want her to be protected, but try to figure something out is all I ask.
Well, I will do my best. Well, then I will go retrieve the captain and send word to have a ship assembled. If I can be of any other help, please. You have a friend here in Bluxmouth and with the guild. Do not hesitate to ask.
Well, unless you have some amazing magical artifacts that you're willing to part with that would greatly throw everything in our favor, I think you've done enough for us.
Well, as she gives you a look there, Kroot, I hope that the payment from last time you were here has served you well. As she walks past, giving you a nice little pat on your shoulder. And opening the door, she will just say, well, if each of you will wait around, at least nearby the guild, I will send word when everything is ready. It's still fairly early. Perhaps around 3, 4 o'clock, it will be about ready. Just after the sun's high pass in the sky.
We will be ready and waiting.
Yep.
I don't know about you guys, but I am fucking pumped.
Yeah. I wonder if we're gonna meet a certain someone over there.
Where's this place at on the map? I don't see it.
Zidane is top right. It's that continent top right. That's completely white.
It's not. Zidane's not labeled. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not. That's why I gave you the capital, so then that way you could pinpoint it on the map, because the only thing that's labeled is the capital.
You got Blight.
That's correct. So, as long as there's not anything that you all planned on taking care of during the day, now that you know that there's just going to be a few hours until the ship is ready with the supplies and things needed to get you at least as close as possible. If there's anything else to take care of, feel free. If not, we can just move to board and ship.
Sweet. I do have a couple of things. Oh, I forgot I still have that skull goblet of dark secrets. Interesting. I need to dump some stuff. I want to sell all the rock. Well, no, I don't want to sell it. Never mind. I'll hold on to it. Actually, I will try to sell some rock bones since they're heavy. They're like 10 pounds. and I would like to buy 13 more rations, so I have 20 to be extra prepared for our walk across the fucking ice. And do I remember if Raven can cast the dome as a ritual?
I would not be too sure if you would remember if it's a ritual or not, but I mean, you guys are still fairly close. So with being able to ask him, you can easily acquire that information.
Okay, Raven, can you cast Tiny Hut as a ritual? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's how I always cast it.
Okay, so I don't feel the need to buy tents then. And we have magic, so if we have to hunt or anything like that for food, we're good. That's it.
Yeah,
Just
and I can also magically create food.
awesome. Okay, yeah, that's it. Just sell these rock bones that weigh like 10 pounds and buy 13 rations.
Well, other than being met with like a little bit of a chuckle as you present it, the little dwarf at the blacksmithing shop will just say, "What are these? Some giant chicken bones?"
No, these are from a very dangerous creature called the Rock. Ever heard of one?
Just stories.
The kinds that pick up an entire cow or person.
Elephant.
Wait, that's way bigger than me. You mean they could pick me up? No problem.
Oh yeah,
They could pick your house up.
Oh shit.
they're the size of a large dragon, typically.
How in the fuck did you kill it?
Well, I wasn't, I have capabilities along with my friends. We're very powerful, you see.
Lots of work and determination, I suppose.
The trick is blowing it out of the sky so you can attack it on the ground.
I've never seen such things. How much do you think it's worth? 50, 75 gold apiece?
We haven't gotten them
Altogether,
appraised.
altogether, at least 1,000 gold. This was a very difficult creature to kill.
Go ahead and give me another persuasion check. And with the advantage just from the assisted conversation with Raven.
$27.
Well, I don't have that much gold. Can I just buy some? 500 worth?
I'll take it.
So, with that, go ahead and give me an insight check as well, Pandora.
Sure. That's pretty good for me.
He seems completely enamored with your story, and along with the details given from Raven, he is almost willing to pay any price. You get the impression that you could even just hand over one, maybe two bones, and get away with it.
Weren't we gonna use some of these bones to craft magic weapons?
I have like 5 pounds left. Don't worry about it. I'm going to need the room in my pack for when we go across the ice. Yeah, I think Pandora would. I think she'd just hand over 2 bones. I think that would knock off like 2 pounds.
Yeah,
well,
roughly.
this should be enough to make a beautiful bone handle for a beautiful blade.
Oh, you see his eyes widen, a big smile come across his face, noticing that he's missing a slight handful of teeth. So he just kind of smiles widely through, as it peers through his beard.
Sweet. Can I add on 50 platinum or 500 gold?
500 gold.
Ooh, okay, that's has weight to it. Oh, not that much weight. Okay, I'm fine.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. I think it might be more than the 2 pounds, though.
And how much for the rations?
The rations, let me just double check. I believe they're 5 gold a pop. Oh, 5 silver. So
Oh.
here, with the demand of them at the moment, they will be 6 silver a pop.
Cool. 78 silver. Easy.
Yeah, no problem. As you put it when finding the 300 gold earlier in the room, chump change.
However, that did put me over carrying capacity, so I have to dump more shit.
Just leave it here with Silky.
Does she want a bunch of torches?
Maybe not torches, but I mean that coin's pretty heavy.
Oh, I will. Okay, I'll leave. Longsword's only 3 pounds. Yeah, I'll leave the +3 longsword with her. And since we have the dough, no, I won't do that.
Hope you're not gonna miss it.
I'll leave her the crowbar. I don't care if she sells it. Actually, I really don't. I doubt she would sell it anyway unless somebody gave the right price, and even I couldn't find somebody that gave the right price.
Are you sure she won't hold up robberies or?
No, she's a con woman like Pandora is.
Right, but.
Oh, and my rope, because my rope is stupid heavy. Holy shit.
Yeah, that rope adds up.
Oh my god, does it? All right, after ditching my rope, I'm good.
Anybody else?
That's kind of it.
Well, then we will move on as the sun reaches the peak.
Ooh. Sorry. I want to check on Fluffy. Can I get a good sense of if he's back to his normal strength again? Because if he's not, I don't want to take him.
He, when you go take a look at him, I will just need an animal handling check at advantage.
And guidance. $20. Nice.
Nice. He's not at his full strength. He's definitely in a much better condition. Like, you're starting to see, like, the bones from the ribs receding. Like, you don't notice them kind of protruding from the skin anymore. He's starting to put on that primordial pouch around his belly again that was just, like, all the way sunken in when you first had went back to him at Blucksmouth. Or not Blucksmouth, but Ravenshaw. And also with Kroot and Rixian taking care of all the mounts, you'll see that Sir Fluffybutt is well taken care of. There's plenty of food, water, little extra hay for soft padding for him to lay, keep warm.
Do I feel like he's at the point where getting exercise and actually moving would be good for him to build muscle and stuff? Or do I feel like it would be a stupid idea to take him?
I would say that you're maybe unsure. I mean, he's never been in that kind of environment. So
We might have to walk. We might have to walk across water. Never mind. I'm not going to take him.
I'm to be honest, I'd say that you're unsure is like the best answer I can give you.
No, you're good. I also remembered that we might have to walk across water, so I'm not going to take him. I think it's a bad idea.
Or you can make him fly, which would probably be super dope as well.
Yes, but that only lasts for like 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, but it would be dope while it lasted. All right, so just after the sun reaches the peak in the sky and it begins to make its way down off to the west, you will be met with Captain Zinio that reaches each of you, assuming that each are hanging out at the tavern just awaiting the word that is inside the guild hall. And as he approaches each of you, he'll just say, well, ready to go.
I believe all of us are ready as well.
Yep.
And once again, going down the slightly familiar path through the city streets as you make your way about Bucksmouth down to the dock area, you begin to hear the water crashing upon the shoreline as you see a ship, sail raised, with a few crew members carrying some crates and barrels, loading it up, carrying it up from the dock across the plank up to the ship's deck. And with that, we will just take a small break. Be back in about just a few minutes, and about 5-10 minutes, and then continue on as each of you board the ship.
Hype! We're going to the world of dragons, bitches!
Yeah.
Can any of us speak Draconic?
Nope.
All right, I'm just saying real quick, that would have been a good thing to think of when you were making this plan.
Yeah. I'm just thinking
Can I
about that now. Sorry.
That's
Well, every
funny.
dragon we've
Cast
encountered can
comprehend
speak
languages?
common.
This
I mean,
is
every
also
dragon we
true,
come in
but-
every dragon we come in contact with has been able to speak common too. So
They've all
But-
been like ancient dragons, though, so I don't know if that's.
and ones that are here, well, we'll see.
would we even know though to even like speak Draconic or learn Draconic anyway? Just because they've never talked to us in Draconic, not once.
I mean, Draconic is rooted from dragons. I think that's common knowledge.
Well, no, we'll see. We'll be right back. Okay, so we're back. Sorry it took a little bit longer than anticipated. But as each of you make your way, seeing the ship, you will be greeted with a fairly fit-looking male human with a small red goateed for facial hair and a long red hair braided along that meets the middle of his back. As you make your way up, you'll just hear, "Ahoy! I'll meet you this day."
Ahoy! We are the group that's ready to head to Sedan.
Why in the hell you want to go there is beyond me. Well, frozen hell is what you want. Frozen hell is what Zidane has.
Yep, that's definitely what we want.
Oh, I'm on aboard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did we get food provisions? I'm assuming that's what was getting prepared.
Yes.
Okay.
It's on the ship.
Name's Captain Riversteel.
Ah, nice to
Hey,
meet you.
Nice
I'm
to meet you.
Reagan.
Have you ever heard of this guy?
The name rings a bell for you, Kroot, but go ahead and give me a history check at advantage.
Maybe he was on one of your previous crews.
Yeah.
While the name
16.
does ring a bell, the captain part is what's giving you the bit of the turnaround. The only river steel that you remember is a young teenager, 20, maybe 30 years ago, that was named Gameth, making his way as a deckhand. Gameth Riversteel.
Are you related to Gameth?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, you were a lot younger when I remember you.
His eyes kind of squint looking at you. Groot?
Yeah, the one and only.
Last time I saw you, we were about the same size.
Yeah, I remember that. Man, you've grown quite a bit.
We do fast. We do so fast. Oh, you haven't grown at all.
Ha ha ha. Sideways, maybe.
I'm gonna go down into the ship and I do what I meant to do earlier and identify that new sword. By the way,
What's the name of the ship?
The name of the ship is in the notes.
And what race is Captain Riversteel?
Human. The white cap.
Got it. I'm glad to see you've worked your way up through the ranks.
Well, some due to unfortunate timing. Lost a lot of good men out here on the sea. But when the timing's right, I suppose. This year, points over to the central mass of the ship. That's Damar. That's the first mate.
Give him a nod.
Well, look, I hope each of you have brought some warm clothes. From what I've heard, that place hasn't seen a warm day in over hundreds of years.
We're prepared.
Yeah, we got as much as we could.
If you need any help on deck, let me know.
I'll give you a little bit of a nod. I think we can handle it. You just take your rest, whatever you need. Raven, I will let you know what you find out,
Okay.
and then you will hear the Captain Riversteel shout out, "First mate, raise the sails." And as the salute is given, a command to raise the sails is shouted out across the deck as they are fully hoisted, catching the wind, and each of you begins setting off, fully prepared, ready to go. Begin making your way.
Excuse me.
Let's go.
Hey. I hope nothing will happen during our travel. I hope the Rixian curse is gone. Surely it wouldn't happen a fourth time, would it?
Maybe. Who knows?
Time's a charm.
So, with setting out fairly late in the afternoon on June 9th, each of you make a decent bit of way before the sun sets and night takes hold. What I'm going to do is just go slowly, bit by bit, giving you guys a few moments to interject, but if there's anything that you wish to do along the way, just let me know.
I'm good. We could fast track it if anything.
Yeah.
Just rolling for random encounters. So I gotta do it slow for my rules too.
No, you're good. I figured.
You'll make it to roughly about here before it just seems that you're traveling through a slightly rocky abyss. The nice calm weather hasn't had too many wakes going about, just rocking here and there, nothing too abnormal. But with it making it into the night of June 9th, we then move on to the morning of June 10th. Through the day, each of you will feel that you picked up a bit of speed. The wind seems to be right at your back, heading almost directly east. The only bit of information has been called out is Captain, sea's got a bit of void caps. Prepare the ship for a rocky night. And then the captain nods agreeingly. The ship gets put to half-mast, and bits and crates and barrels tied down to the deck in preparation for a slightly bit rougher sea. And through the night, as each of you just hang about waiting in preparation, thinking of what may exactly lie ahead. It does get a bit choppy as the thunder begins to roll in, rain's falling. Rixian, this is not even half as bad of storms as you've seen in the past. Crew, from your knowledge of sailing, you would know that this isn't anything to be worrisome about. The only thing that I will ask is I need a con save from each of you, but I need a second one from Rixian.
Hmm,
Okay,
that's bad
I'll
for me.
I'll roll 1 for now.
Your first one's going with the group, just so you're aware.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, that was almost an 18.
I know.
So with like the bit of rocking, Raven, you just feel a bit queasy as you feel fairly seasick.
Barf.
All right,
Second one.
second one. Okay, pretty much the same feeling at like this morning as you had the previous morning. The burning sensation quickly subsiding. Still in the same spot there, Rixian.
I thought it was gone at that point. Fucking hell. Maybe I'll ask Creed at some point if it starts to get worrisome. But other than that, he's not going to pay attention to it.
All right. But as the night goes on, each of you, get your rest for the evening, falling asleep, maybe a little bit better than Raven finds it. Maybe Croup, you even finding it a bit relaxing, just like being back at home. But by the morning, the storm does subside, and as the sun rises, it seems to be a nice day. No clouds in the sky, as the sun is just beaming down upon the deck of the ship.
I do have a quick question. What would be considered a sacrificial offering to Diana, out of curiosity?
Well, with you being a pretty devout follower at the minimum, right? I would say that, I mean, just like most gods coin a bit of like incense burning prayer, some of those like prove to be like worthy offerings. But if you were looking to sacrifice in the more intense word of the meaning, like a living creature, then it would be more appropriate for Deanna if it was something that may be like at the end of its life, suffering, where you're giving it a bit of relief, but at the same time sending it to the next plane.
Okay, it's for the context of the spell divination, which it says incense and a sacrificial offering appropriate to your religion, together worth at least 25 GP, which the spell consumes. So
Yeah,
the
so I would,
aspect of that.
for the aspect of that, I would just say incense and um, maybe like meat or blood from that you could probably acquire from a butcher.
Guess who has Rock's blood?
Oh, nice.
Sick.
I'll hold on to it for now, but continue.
All right, Rixian. Next morning, I need another con save.
Oof.
Oh, pretty
Nice. All right, just the same thing. Every morning since you've left that area.
And it's in the same spot every time.
Correct.
Rixian will go find Kurt by himself.
Yeah, crew's just up on deck, enjoying the view.
Hey, group, you deal with like healing of diseases and perhaps infections or, you know, curses, maybe?
Yeah? What's going on?
Well, I have something going on that's a little bit worse than a fever. And I just wanted to make sure that it either is just going to go away by itself or maybe it gets worse. And I don't want to be a
Visiting
liability.
those whorehouses again?
No, and I'm going to punch someone who ever told you that I was doing that.
Oh, that was just a guess.
Okay. Well, I don't want any false rumors of me spreading around.
Yeah, I've had to cure other guys of that.
Yeah, well, it's not that sort of thing. Just
Show me what the problem is.
it's just a bit of aching in my neck is all. And I just opened my collar.
Like, I've had hickeys worse than that.
Now, Kurt, as you take a look, the only thing that you'll notice is like what appear to be like almost insect bites. 2 little red bumps.
I think I got stung by something.
You sure that vampirus didn't bite you?
I'm pretty sure I would have been a vampire by now if that was the case.
I don't know. If you've got a good immune system, you could fight it. But I do have a spell for that, but it has to wait till tomorrow.
I can live till then. That's fine.
Let's hope.
Yeah, I hope
If you try
it's.
giving me a hickey, I'll punch you in the face.
Again, these accusations are unfounded.
Just come see me in the morning. Take care of it.
Yeah, I will.
Well, then we'll just move on to the next morning if no one has anything else.
I'm just gonna keep working on my Arcana at this point, I guess.
Do you have books to study? You need
You
books
have to
to study.
have
to do that.
books to study and a trainer.
Wait, you do have to have a trainer?
You have to have someone teaching you.
Okay.
Oh, I thought Pandora just studied about Arcana and got a week in.
You were studying with the captain.
What about the first week? I'm pretty sure I wasn't studying with anybody. You just let me have a week because I was studying at the library by myself.
I remember you having the assistance from the captain that was given.
Can we assist each other while we learn instead?
If they
None
have
of
the
us have
proficiency.
Yeah, Groot's not proficient in Arcana either.
So the morning comes. Rixian, another con save, please. And each of you are awakened by the shouts, "Ice in the water!"
I'll just stay at the. I'll be at the same place that I talked to Rixian the day before.
13.
Shit. Rixian, I will say that as you wake up this morning, it is quite a bit more painful.
Oh. Ow. Yeah, this is bad. And I start just briskly walking nonchalantly as I could to Groot. Does it look any different?
Oh,
Groot, as you take a
Later.
look this time, the bite seems a bit bigger. There's no puncture wounds by the time you're looking at it, but you definitely can see it growing.
yeah, no. It's getting worse. Here, hold on. And I will place my hand on his neck and cast. Where's it at? Never find it. Greater Restoration.
Damn. Is there a roll? No,
Nope.
it just happens.
I think it
It
just
just happens. I don't know. Yeah, it just happens. I don't
That's
know
what
why
was
it's got a spell
double
DC on
checking
it.
for. I guess if they want to resist.
Just, yeah.
I've never seen it be rolled before.
I've got another spell in case this one doesn't work.
So, I mean, from my reading, I'm assuming you're choosing the effect of the curse.
Yeah.
Okay. Rixian, you don't feel any different than you've had done the previous mornings. As the pain comes, it does subside and then cease for the rest of the day. But the marks still remain.
That's a.
Hold on, the mark's still there.
I
And
mean,
I'll cast spells.
well, hold on. It could just slow down, you know.
Just in case.
That-
I did
That's a
not.
lot of magic. I don't know if you want to do that.
There
Okay.
goes.
We already
Done.
picked to remove a curse.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what you did with the Greater Restoration.
Yeah, but still. I'm not taking any chances. I don't want you trying to give me hickeys in the middle of the night.
You know what? That's definitely worth 2 major spells. You're right.
But
No, it's like after stitching up a wound, you pour alcohol on it.
No,
This is pretty much like that.
whatever you say.
As this is going on, Pandora, Raven, each of you would have made your way up to the deck with the call of ice being seen and see Rixian exposing a bit of his neck, bending down as it appears that Kroot just has his hands around Rixian's neck.
I quickly cover up my neck and say thank you for helping. You did great.
Man, you guys are into some odd kinks over here.
Oh yeah.
No, I was just
I can't let
having.
my friend turn.
I was just having a talk with Kroot, and you know it's more polite to meet at his eye level, you know.
Boys get up to weird things by themselves.
Yeah.
Anyway, Captain, is this
This is
about
how
the time
crew
that
did
we
it.
need to depart?
Look in Discord.
The ice seems pretty thin here. Seems to be melting a bit away. Perhaps we can get a bit closer. And then as he gives a shout up to the crow's nest, keep your eyes peeled. Anything larger than what we've seen, call it out immediately. Aye, aye, Captain.
I mean, he just has to feel comfortable taking us further in, I guess.
So I'll move you all over to here. And about this point, as it's midday, looking out, you can see ice extending for miles before reaching what seems to be a barren snow wasteland. Very little trees are seen along the shoreline, but no signs of a civilization. At this point, you will see the purplish hue coming off to your northeast, though.
Oh. I think Pandora seeing that. If we all see it, I think Pandora would tell the captain, be like, that purplish light is close as far north as you can get us. I don't think we brought our mounts crew. No.
Nope, that is correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm just checking.
I sense a lot of history in this place for some reason.
Yes, it's strange. We might be able to find out what the fuck happened to Krim.
I already had a talk with Kyle about that before. I don't think our characters are canon in this.
What?
Are we headed toward that island?
Yes, we are headed towards the glowing island.
I mean, it's up to Kyle, but he kind of
Like
made it
I was
sound
saying, I did a lot of stories for test runs. I had some stuff that I like and I didn't like, and perhaps you'll run into your characters, perhaps not.
Ouch, Krim
Oh.
got cut. I see how it is.
I didn't hear that part. I guess I thought you just said they straight up weren't real.
Or he didn't make the cut.
Well,
Can I
at the
tell
end of the
how
day,
far
this
we
is
are?
from the distance, it seems to, I mean, be a couple days away at this point, especially with how slow and careful maneuvering about with the ice in the area.
And by foot, how far does it look like we are away from the island? Like if we cast water walking and decided to walk.
Perhaps 3 days at this point.
Okay.
I feel like it'd be, I mean, still a little difficult, but maybe even perhaps easier walking, because you're not having to worry about potentially hitting a big block of ice and causing a lot of damage.
I just got a question. Would ice be considered water, or is it another?
No, it's a solid. It's not water anymore.
It's a solid. Okay. Just checking.
Well, everyone, do we want to continue putting all of these people at risk, or do we want to use our magic and go the rest of the way on our own?
I mean, my spell doesn't last long enough to even complete close, and we would barely be a tenth of the way there, either way.
And not only that, we can't rest on the water.
I thought that your water walking lasted for a good amount of time.
Yeah, an hour.
Oh, I thought it lasted longer than that.
Water breathing lasts for 24 hours.
Yes. If you want, I could start casting that. That's probably a good point.
I
Probably
haven't.
that earlier. Just in case, water breathing.
Lads, just so you're aware, for the night we'll be sitting still. Can't get far without being able to see. We'll push on a bit further in the morning.
Alright. I will ritual cast water breathing just in case.
Alright, sure.
Damn, if it's a ritual, hell yeah.
It's something I forgot to do, but it's something you should do every day if you're going to be on a boat. Because it lasts 24 hours.
Yeah.
Better to be safe than sorry, I suppose. Well, with that, as the day breaks, moving us, I believe, to the 13th.
You know what? Since we're this close, fuck it. I've never used one of these spells before, so I really want to. Continue. I'm gonna really think hard about what I want to say or ask.
All right, and with the slow moving, as it reaches early in the afternoon, you find yourselves about here, and when you hear a shout from the crow's nest, Captain, ice is getting thick. Oi! And you'll see him begin to turn the wheel and maneuver the ship a bit off course in order to slow its procedure.
Captain, is it at the point where we can walk on it?
The ice is still a bit far out, but I don't think I can bring her much closer. And just about that point is when each of you will need to give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh, good.
Oh.
And while each of you feel the rock from the ship, it is more of the loud noise that brings a bit of a startle than anything else, as you hear just like a against the hull of the ship, and with it rocking it just a tad bit, you see the worry grow a bit more on the captain's face.
All right, I think you've gotten us close enough. We might be able to take it from here.
Yeah, we'll make do. We don't want to
We'll
endanger the rest of the crew.
Go on and get out of here.
He'll give a bit of a nod. We'll hold the ship steady. Make it easier to make a descent.
Can you
I'll
guys hear me?
cast. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll cast water walking as we hop on to the water.
And Raven, with you using the spell the night before, I mean, you have quite a bit of time left on it.
24 hours, it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, you still have a good bit of time left. You know that it's still going on, but just as a heads up.
Yeah.
Sweet. Pandora hefts her pack and leaps overboard and lands on the water, weirdly enough.
Yes. This is a bit easier. The water not nearly as rough as it had been a time in the past when the waves were reaching a 20-25 foot peak at sometimes, needing to almost learning to balance on moving land for the first time. This not so bad.
Well, we have an hour to find ice to walk on. We need to move and move quickly.
Yeah, I'll let you know when it's starting to run out. The shimmer's that way. Let's go.
Yep, Pandora just starts fucking quickly jogging in that direction.
Yep, I'm following.
Same.
There's maybe a tad bit as you feel the time, going on a bit. You grow a bit aware that it is, going to dwindle. So with the first hour going through, I will ask, what is your plan? As you see the ship beginning to turn, showing more of the side, the hull, and still seeming to be in a turning maneuver.
I think we're just looking for the most solid ice that we can walk on at some point as we get closer to the island.
Perception checks as we go.
Sure, if that's the plan, each of you go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh, is this like we can choose what ability to use to like help this?
Yeah, like I'm just seeing like what's the plan. Like Kroot had come up with the plan last time that this was needed, which was fairly simple, but
Okay. I would like to, using my mobile, I think I'm faster than everyone else. I would like to kind of run ahead and scout for solid ice that we can walk on.
how far ahead would you like to go? I will say with Rixian, you do not see any solid ice nearby. Kroot and Raven, you don't see any in the nearby distance either.
We don't see any solid ice.
Not like enough to walk on. You see like bits of chunks floating about, but if you were to stand on it, it'd probably sink a bit underwater. It's not that large.
Well, seems like we can just continue walking on water then, yes?
I'm gonna
I
have
mean,
to.
Why not?
if you all like swimming, then
Why would you need to swim if we can walk on water?
because it takes a lot more magic to walk on water than it is to breathe underwater.
Didn't you just cast water walk?
I cast it when we got off the ship, and it's running out right now.
Oh, okay, sorry. It's and you can't cast it as a ritual.
I can't.
Well,
So-
real quick, Pandora, how far did you want to go out? Like, you can either give me a rough distance or an approximate time.
Okay, so I'm gonna burn a first spell slot and cast Expeditious Retreat. And so, yeah, you guys just see Pandora a little poof from under her feet as she just across the water. And I'll spend 10 minutes just as fast as I can, just out in front of everybody to see if I can find solid ice.
Naruto style.
No, there is no Naruto running.
Naruto. Naruto.
As you make your way out, I mean,
Tomato.
you'll see your comrades kind of like fade into the distance, making your way quite quickly towards where you see the beginnings of this portal. And without seeing a solid bit of land yet, can you give me a perception check?
Oh God. Nope, because guidance is a concentration spell, so I'm not going to do that.
Right. You'll drop your other spell.
Oh, that's good.
Ooh, nice.
That is good.
You spot a nice solid chunk. It's not any that you'll be able to continue, but perhaps rest on a bit easy.
Does it look like ice is beginning to collect into a way that we can walk across it at this point, or no?
No, not yet. This is just like a, I guess what you would say like a smaller iceberg.
Okay, I'll make note of it, and Pandora just continue to shh another 10 minutes.
Okay, so at this point, 35 minutes have gone by.
Okay, at this point,
Yeah.
35, and I'm 10 minutes away.
No, by the
Okay.
time you get back, that's including the back time.
Oh, including the back time from this point, it would be 35 minutes.
Yep. So as you make
Okay.
note of it and begin heading back, as you know, it's been about 10...
Oh no, I mean, if it's 35 minutes by the time I get back, no, because if I go another 10 minutes, then it'll be like 55 by the time I get back, right? Ooh, that's cutting it pretty close. Oh, I'll go back.
Okay. So as you begin making your way back, at this point, Kroot, Raven, and Rixian, it's been roughly about 10 to 12 minutes since Pandora had left. Do you have anything else for a plan?
I mean, I think we gotta get moving just to get closer to the island. I don't think we can.
Yeah, we would have still been walking. I mean, we wouldn't have stopped.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
I just didn't want to like cut you off if there was something else that you may have had in mind. Just give you that
I mean,
opportunity.
I think
So
we'd be like move dashing just to
Yeah.
cover as much ground
Right.
as possible.
Like,
So, kind of a quickened pace for sure.
Yeah.
Feeling a bit up against the time. Well, as the about 8 to 10 more minutes pass, Pandora makes her return. As she does, at first, not even seeing Pandora, but more of the stream of water from the force of the footsteps than the momentum that she has given herself.
I make sure to slide and splash water into Rixian's face.
That's so mean, dude.
It's cold, man.
Ooh. It is
Okay,
pretty
do you
cold.
see any,
You feel a few ice
see any-
chunks in your hair there, Rixian.
do you see any ice big enough to carry the four of us?
Ooh, did that ice chunk look like it was big enough for 4 people?
It's gonna be a bit tight from not like taking like a very close like look at it, but from what you had seen, you feel it's gonna be tight.
It'll be cozy, but I think I did find something that we could rest on. Yes.
And how far is it from here?
Well, I was moving pretty fast, so can Bandor try to do math in her head to see if she knows about how far out that is?
I guess you can give it a shot.
Intelligence check,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, I mean if that's how you want to do. I didn't know if you actually like wanted to try to do the math, like.
Well, at about what time in my 10-minute like fucking skidding across the ocean?
That was
did
like
I
at
find
the
it?
10-minute mark, Greg. You found that, and then you'd be heading back.
Okay, so not everybody can move as fast as me, so it's probably about
30 minutes?
probably about 30-ish minutes out. Yes.
Well,
Okay.
as long as we can get to it, I've got a plan.
Well, as long as everyone knows how to swim, which I'm pretty sure we do. We swam before, right?
Let me roll to see if Pandora knows how to swim. No, I'm just kidding.
If I would have known you were only going to cast it once, I would have prepared it myself.
Well, I just don't want to waste so many spells on just 2 hours of walking.
So, as it gets about 15 to approximate 20 more minutes after Pandora had made her way back, you all will get to about this point, and then this, Pandora, is when you see the beginning of the iceberg that you had noted. At this pace, it seems to be about 5 minutes away. It's roughly maybe like a half a mile, if that. Just
And how much longer do we have on the water walk spell?
about 10 minutes.
We can make it if we dash.
All right. Everybody needs to chest. Run.
And I will say, with the mention of the quicken pace is probably what saved you in this time frame, as each of you make your way back with, well, not back, but to the iceberg, with just minutes to spare. With each of you arriving, Pandora, you will notice immediately that this is slightly bigger than what you had anticipated. Perhaps some being not exposed or not being able to be seen from just like the wakes and crest of the ocean. But this is definitely, while still being able to be cozy, not as snug as you had anticipated.
All right, everybody hop on.
All right. So I can cast that spell a couple more times to go 10 minutes out and 10 minutes back. I
No.
can only do that once more.
Hold on. I've got a plan. Everybody get on.
Yeah.
Wait,
As
get on
soon as
what?
Doors on the iceberg.
On
We're
crew?
The iceberg.
Oh, on the
The
iceberg.
iceberg.
Yeah, you're all on the iceberg. You're good.
Okay, as soon as we on the iceberg, I'm gonna cast control water and have the water push the iceberg towards the island.
Oh, nice.
Dope.
Direct flow.
It's a great idea.
Fuck yeah, that is.
I feel like it's, with the amount of force, it's almost like a motorboat.
Yeah. Everybody hold on.
Just want to scroll up, see how long it lasts.
10
Last
minutes.
10
minutes.
minutes. Nice.
We've only got 10 minutes, but maybe with the momentum will get us a little closer. And cast it again if need be.
All right. Well, I know I moved you guys a bit, but I was trying to move you guys back after I had originally moved the token. Is that I want to make sure like that's what you guys want to do before moving on, just because you know it's spell slots and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't take polymorph.
I
think-
didn't want to assume and then be wrong if someone came up with a different idea is all.
Yeah, I didn't take polymorph because one, I can't carry 4 people, and even as a giant eagle. Also, I haven't seen a giant eagle, so I don't know how I'd know to turn into a giant eagle. So I took divination. So this is all we got, I think.
Ah. That's a good spell too, though.
Well, with this, it seems to maneuver quite well. Even as like you're making your way, hitting bits of smaller ice chunks in the water. As the 10 minutes go on, the ship still fading off in the distance. At this point, it seems that it has completely turned around.
I feel like the DM's trying to tell us something.
It's too freaking late. We're going back now.
All right, so about this time, Crude, is when your spell will fall. You see the water, once rippling, just begin to slowly fade. Still having a bit of momentum from the drift, from your experience as a sailor, can you go ahead and give me a survival check at advantage?
DM, would I know if I cast Expeditious Retreat one more time and then just kicked my feet really fast in the water, would that act as the same effect?
It could work. Probably be a bit fucking cold, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
You need to get you some
Ooh.
fucking
Oh, look at
flippers,
that.
man.
Double tens.
Crew, from the land positions that you can see, the island beginning to like form off in your northeast direction, and what you know the coastline to be off on like the southeast. With that anticipation and knowing your way about the sea while not being in this location before, you feel that it is a toss-up. Either the current is going to flow north or it's going to flow south. But the iceberg that you're on is still drifting northeast at this point.
Okay. I've got another plan in mind. I'm not sure if it'll work, but worth a shot. And I'm gonna try this. And I'm gonna cast this on myself from the fragment. And I'm gonna go behind the iceberg and try to push it. A stalled car, you know.
I get like I get it. Give me an investigation check, please.
I was gonna say, icebergs can be really huge underneath the water. And one big enough for all of us to be on it.
11. Yeah, because I didn't mean to. I forgot to take off advantage.
Now, you do find what appears to be like a good place to attempt this. It's a good idea. Should work.
Except that flying is a... Oh no, he doesn't have to concentrate on it because he cast using an item,
No,
right?
because it's part of the fragment. Yeah.
Well, no, it basically like
Nice.
gives you the spell, so like you're still kind of concentrating upon it, but this is after the 10 minutes has passed. You should still have the momentum from the control water.
Well, I was talking about guidance because guidance is a concentration.
Well, I asked about that last time, and he said no.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's it. I forgot that this is a particular. This is from the Halo. It's not like a particular magic item, or like a normal one.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's why I did that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, from like taking a look about it, seems that you can find a good point, and I mean, seems like to be a pretty decent idea. I don't see why not.
All right. I'll fly behind the tiny iceberg then and try to push it.
Okay. With the momentum, you find it to be a bit easy. But can you give me a perception check as the rest of you? Can you give me a dexterity saving throw, please?
Uh-oh.
Oh man, I just got booted.
Oof.
Do you want to roll for me, DM? You can. I have a +9 on perception.
Well, with that in mind, I will say, with what Pandora rolled, Pandora, as Kroot begins pushing it, you feel it like pick up a bit of speed, but I guess his angle is off a bit as it seems that the water is starting to come up, and as it tilts a bit, you lose your footing just a tad as you slide forward a couple of feet. It feels like it was probably more like 6 inches, but with the adrenaline starting to pump, you catch yourself as the water is a foot, perhaps 2 foot away from you.
That's generous. I will pull Yaknoth and stab it into the iceberg and kind of make my way a little bit back up to where I was originally standing.
The rest of you just feel like a bit of like a almost slightly downward push. But you're able to hold your footing.
Is gonna. I assume there's enough room for Rixie to like sit down on this iceberg.
Yeah, there is.
Let me know left or right, guys.
Rixie is going to stick his feet out and then sort of just dig into the ice a little bit so that there's like a foothold, like just like maybe like a couple inches below the surface.
All right, Kroot, if you're back in, go ahead and give me the perception check.
Ooh.
You'd feel like the shift, but I mean, other than perhaps maybe taking on a wake or something, but it does feel like water kind of made its way on it, like onto the iceberg itself. You feel like a slightly downward momentum with the push. But you are indeed right. You cannot see whether you need to go left, right, perhaps avoid anything other than that.
Hello?
You guys guide me.
You're going the right way.
I think you're pushing down on the iceberg a little bit too much. Try to go more lateral. Is that the right word?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And I will adjust the push.
Perfect. So as you adjust, moving on, with the momentum already built up, and then you giving that a bit of an adjustment, you get blown up by thunder, apparently.
Sorry, I was misclicked. I was building the new weapon.
So I've been thunderstruck.
While you're unable to see, you do feel that this is, while probably the first time anyone has sailed a small iceberg, but it's pretty smooth sailing. You're making pretty decent progress. The rest of you, as you are keeping your eyes out and about, you will notice there beginning to be a lot more formed solid ice about 20, maybe 25 minutes away. With the current momentum from the iceberg, it's a little hard to tell, but perhaps sooner, perhaps a little later.
Yeah.
Well, this is working so far. This is at the end of Crude's fly spell, right?
Indeed,
Yeah,
yes.
right before I know the flight spell is going to end, I'll fly back onto the iceberg.
All right, well, hopefully what Crude did will drift us towards the island enough to where we can land on some ice. But in the event that it doesn't, what do all of you want to do? I get the feeling it would be a bad idea to try and swim.
I can control the water again.
How deep do you think the water is here? Can we control it that much?
As long as there's water, I can control it.
I wasn't sure if you had a range to it, but
That is...
Again, I just feel like water walking doesn't last as long as it needs to be. But I can keep doing it. We would just need to find more land within an hour or two.
Well, I can make myself faster and scout ahead if you need me. I can only do it one more time, though.
Well, okay, I guess I would go with the option that doesn't consume 2 spells at once, then.
Which is Crude directs the
If he
water.
feels like it. Yeah.
I
Or
can control the water
we could
2
just-
more times.
We could wait, see if our momentum will carry us the rest of the way.
Yeah, and then decide then.
I mean,
Yeah.
anybody have to pee? You can thrust us, you know?
Let's wait, because it's. What you were going to say? What you were going to say?
I've never actually tried this within water. So maybe I could try it here. I wonder what would happen if I commanded a pillar of water. Sort of.
I don't think it's time to experiment, because if we fuck this up, we die in the middle of the ocean. Of starvation.
I mean, if it doesn't work, I'm gonna cast water walking on you guys anyway. I'm just curious about how this will
I do not.
interact.
No, I do not like it. No experimentation while I'm on the brink of dying in the middle of the ocean. I do not like it.
You're not dying. Don't be overdramatic.
I'm not being overdramatic. We're in the middle of freezing water, and you want to summon a pillar that might just cause chaos. I know.
Fine, then I'm just going to test the water and see if it's a good idea. And Rixian will sort of slowly put his legs in the water and then hold on to the iceberg as he just goes in waist deep.
Oh, that's such a... Sorry, as a fan of survivalist shows, that's such a stupid idea.
In the terms of D&D, I'm willing to find out.
Well, I mean, other than it being freezing cold, it's a bit hard to force yourself, like, down into it. But you managed to do so about waist deep. It's
Are your balls in your
freezing
chest
cold.
right now?
Do I get the idea that I probably wouldn't last a whole minute doing it like this?
You probably, go ahead and give me a con save.
It's more like the water, the freezing water, in a freezing weather. Nice.
You
That's
feel with how
poetic.
cold it is, you may not even last a minute.
Yeah, I'll just come back up.
Oh,
Yeah,
now
no,
you're
you're-
completely drenched. Not to mention the addition of Pandora splashing you, but I mean, this kind of made it a bit more, I guess, weighted down with your wet clothes.
I mean, I could fireball you and dry you off if you want.
No, I know shape water. I can just get all this water.
No. That would melt
Yes.
the iceberg.
Yeah, just shape water. There you go.
Yeah, I'm dry again. Let's go with Kurt's idea.
So is the momentum still going on the iceberg that we're on?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going like super fast, but you're still moving.
And how far away is the nearest one? The other nearest ice block?
About 30 minutes is like where you see
Ah,
like another
okay.
large size one.
I mean, we could keep using this one. It's easier. It's the one.
Yeah,
that-
I know what you're saying. Expend my spells, that's right. And I'll go ahead and cast Control Water as soon as the iceberg is slowing down. I'm not going to let it stop, because I don't want to lose momentum.
I just still don't know if we're even near the place we're going to go yet.
We can see the island from here.
Yeah, but that's still so many miles away.
Dude, that text brick is like ridiculous for control water.
Yeah,
The
there's
fucking
several
book.
different options, yeah.
I mean, DM, do we get a feel of like how far away the island is at this point? Is it like a days away if we were in the ship or something?
When we were on the
Or
ship,
we
he
make
said
it
it
better
was
side.
3 days away, and that's what got me concerned.
Okay.
That's correct.
It seems to be the fastest way.
Well, at this point, the ship is going to disappear from sight, with no other idea being brought up. If you want to use the control water again, of course, it was a great idea. I like it a lot. I mean, you can do so, but keep the momentum.
Yeah, I already did.
Okay, I just wanted to, like I said, make sure. But with that being the case, you keep up your momentum and continue moving on.
This was explained to me in a way that I thought we were going to meet, like, ice we could walk across much sooner than this, rather than
Yeah,
just blocks.
that's how I understood it as well.
Yeah, and that's how the NPCs said it. So I really don't want Pandora to starve to death on a fucking iceberg. God.
Well,
I will say, like, I'm moving the token definitely a bit more than like how far you'd be getting along. but I just want to move it bit by bit to indicate the time changes.
I can paddle us with Mage Hand. Like, it's not very strong, but
at this point, with the momentum and everything, if you want to continue this process, feel free every time like you feel it kind of slowing down a bit. But what I will say, if there's no interjection, we'll just move to as the sun begins to set.
No, I'm
So
going
you
to
have an
turn
idea?
to Rixian and say, hey, you're going to have to use some of your spells too. I don't want to run completely out of mine.
You know
I'm
what?
not gonna make you do this for long.
Hold on. This feels
This
stupid.
is the last time I can do it.
I have an idea. I could.
I have an idea too.
I could summon a familiar, an octopus, to help push us along.
But they're
No.
tiny, aren't they?
An octopus? No.
No, that's
Depending
not
on
gonna
what
work.
kind, I suppose.
No,
but-
they're tiny octopus. Octopi.
There are tiny octopus, but normally they're not that small.
Okay. This feels stupid, but I don't know what else to do. Before Root casts
Let's
a
hear it.
spell, Pandora's gonna pull out the diamond enchanting piton, and she's going to begin inscribing the iceberg with expeditious retreat in an attempt to enchant it.
Oh my god.
Fuck it! I don't know what else to do.
I love that idea. Guidance, whatever you're doing.
And Rixian is just in the middle of running out of ideas and casting Gust to help propel us even a tiny bit.
Is that a cantrip?
Yeah.
Pandora, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Okay. With guidance. Come on.
Yes.
Okay, that's not terrible.
That's pretty good. I'll add your guidance.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
17.
See,
Now go ahead and give me an investigation.
Okay.
guidance again.
Not so good. Oof. 11.
So you would know from the process that you're doing this completely correctly. As you take a look at to see how much progress you've made, it is virtually impossible to tell. You do not see much of a indentation with the amount of cracks and other various things that are on there, and then on the iceberg. And looking at the piton, you will notice that the piton has not even diminished the slightest.
Does that burn a spell slot?
No. Like I said, it hasn't even diminished in the slightest.
Shit! Okay.
I will also note, just to be a little bit more clear from your Arcana check and gathering that bits of information, you will understand that perhaps this is just not a, I guess strong enough material is a good way to put it, to be able to hold such power.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
That makes sense. Yeah. Look, I've got one more card up my sleeve. And once again, I'll get down on a knee. I'm like, come on, Vader. Don't let me down this time. We just want to get to that stupid island. And I'll use my divine intervention for the day.
Come on. Oh.
Oh, no. Gotta see how you are. Oh, and I just got booted.
I got really excited when I saw the 8.
I did too.
What is that 8 for anyway?
What is the 8 for?
Yeah, shouldn't you only roll 2 dice for this?
Yeah, so it is sometimes just, like, for whatever reasoning, the coding that they did with, like, a recent update for Roll20 is rolling, like, double the dice that you should. but it's only registering. It's just the animation of what you see on the screen.
Right.
All right. Crude, I'm not going to make you use any more spells, just so you know. We're just going to have to do a lot of walking if this iceberg doesn't take us there.
Well, as long as we get to those other icebergs and then hop from iceberg to iceberg.
But the iceberg
you're
wouldn't
supposed-
move. We would still have to continue walking. We would just take breaks.
Yeah, but we
Fighting
could
us
walk
so
on the iceberg. And your spell lasts an hour while mine only lasts 10 minutes.
Yeah, but it still creates momentum, and we're moving at a fast pace with control water, aren't we?
I mean, at decent speed, you're not having to worry about so much of like damage to like a wooden ship, but it's definitely not the fastest.
All right. Well, once this stops moving, I'll cast it, all right?
Before we move ahead to night, Kroot, can you give me a survival check after an hour passes?
Okay.
At advantage.
Come on, roll 20. I got booted and I'm still waiting to.
Sucks, I'm sorry.
Got...
God, I'm almost willing
the
to
thing
buy
is
you
that
a new
it's-
computer at this point.
And the thing is that it doesn't just do it on roll 20. It does it on all my programs.
Set up a GoFundMe.
No, my stim check will come in soon.
Yeah, we're just
Survival?
joking.
Oh, there we go. It's shift click for it.
There you go.
Hey, we rolled the same. when I figured out the shift was an advantage, but with your momentum, this is going to carry you for quite a bit of time. Your only concern is seeing the wakes and the current, just like the momentum in the direction from these like little bits of like the ice moving, things of that nature, seem to be fighting against you, which is very hindering to your progression.
Yeah.
But still moving, making progress.
Well, what do we do now? Do we maybe throw up Raven's Dome, keep watch, and wait? Or...
I think we should rest on this iceberg while we still can. And overnight, I'm gonna try to think of what other freaking spell will help us here.
Alright. I'll start virtually casting the dome.
Okay.
Be nice and warm inside.
So after the dome's cast, yes, it is nice and warm inside, which is a bit of a relief, especially from how cold these temperatures are. While the winter clothing and gear is doing its job, and I mean, like, just the momentum and adrenaline still keeping you at least the feeling of warm, this is nice. As the hours pass and when the sun finally falls, it becomes completely dark. As you look up, you see the beautiful night sky, constellations of all the gods flickering above, the moon full, giving just a bit of light reflecting off the surface of the ocean. As about what feels as if hours pass, as you all are just taking looks around, seeing nothing in the darkness and moving about, as you all are jolted, slightly more awakened, as you feel the iceberg you're riding make a bit of a crash. Your ice cracking. As it catches your attention, each of you look and you see water rolling over the top of ice, and just a few inches past, maybe a foot, you see ice beginning to form, creating land. Well, more of an ice bridge, I guess you should say. Or I should say.
Okay.
Does it look like we can walk on it?
Yes, indeed. So, with this being just a bit into the night, not much time has passed. As you like jolted awake, like I said, like what feels like hours after getting your attention snapped back to more of a reality. Only about 30 minutes had set in after the moon made its rise.
I know everybody's tired, but I think we should try to make it to land.
I
Yeah.
agree.
This is something.
Take advantage of these ice formations.
Exactly.
All right, everybody stretch, make use of the dome as long as we can, and we need to go.
Raven, when you get up, don't forget to cast water breathing ritual.
Oh yes. Well. Yeah.
Just in case.
I guess I'd have to do that after the dome finishes, so we complete our long rest. I mean, short
Well,
rest.
finishes, or if you break it early.
Yeah.
Depending on what the full plan is. It sounded like you wanted to move along and find more solid land before, like, resting.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Which means we don't get a short rest yet.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then I guess should I drop it now and start working on the water breathing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's no
All right.
telling the current might catch this iceberg and take it somewhere far off.
All right. All right. I'll drop the dome. Just make sure you all get your clothes on. The winter clear if you didn't already have it on.
Yeah.
And then
It was in the Speedos.
yeah.
Better than your blacksmith attire.
Just
Oh
the
yeah.
apron. Nothing else.
Oh,
Oh God, it's not an image I needed.
with a little doggy door to go to the bathroom.
Nothing in the back. It's just an apron.
It's just an apron, dude. There's nothing in the back.
I guess for the
So,
front.
while still on the iceberg with the dome up, what is the plan? Move
He's gonna
over.
drop dome.
And then do the water breathing ritual.
I guess Pandora will kind of take a step out and test the ice, see if we can walk on it.
About how far out are you gonna reach?
Of like a full,
Like as far as you
step.
can, like kind of thing.
As far as I can. Yeah.
All right. Like, while it does still like crack a bit, it doesn't fall through to all of like just like water, but it seems that like just that foot to 2 foot is going to be a bit too thin. Maybe 5-6 feet in, you see it a bit more of a darkened color. Seems a bit thicker.
Okay. So we'll need to either go one at a time very carefully and probably take any heavy items off of us and throw them. But I think maybe we should get off the iceberg in case it gets taken by a current, like Krug said. Get that out of the way before we do anything else.
I'll go last since I'm the heaviest.
All right, I'll be behind Pandora.
Well, you might want to go first because I'm going to be taking off my armor. And Pandora begins unstrapping her pauldron and then her chest piece. And this time, hopefully, it's not a stupid idea. She will sling it across the ice to be as light as possible before she steps on the thinner outer edges.
And how far across is this ice bridge?
It seems to just extend as far as you can see. You do see, like, way off in the distance, bits of silhouettes, what appear to be a mountain. But no solid land.
All right, since there's a huge risk of some of us falling in the water, here's something that I prepared overnight. And he'll cast.
I don't think it's been overnight.
It's not
We're
overnight
in the middle
yet.
of the night.
Oh no, we haven't
It's only
got
been a
spell.
few.
Ugh,
Yeah, it's only been a
complicated.
few hours.
Never mind. I don't have the spell. Never mind.
At this point, it'd be like roughly like 5-6 hours since departing from the ship. Using the momentum and things of that manner to
Yeah.
keep moving along.
He'll start walking.
One at a time. Be careful, Lixian. Go slow. Once Rixian steps onto the ice, do I start hearing like that classic like movie thing where like across the ice or anything?
Indeed.
Do I see a dark
Oh,
shadow
As
quickly growing
Rixian
larger?
steps forward, the ice, you will hear, and as the weight comes down a bit more, it just splinters. It's spider webbing a few feet.
I grab his collar and yank him back.
Like maybe if we lay down and slid across, distribute our weight better.
That's a very smart thing to think of.
Well, I need to get my armor somehow since it's all the way out there as I watch it skid across the ice.
It definitely went a bit farther than anticipated, but you will note that, like, throwing it a couple feet out, roughly about like that 5 foot before it like hits the ice, and with the light throw that you gave it, you know, it kind of slides 15-20 feet at that point, being about 25 foot away.
Ah, shit. Vixen, you might have to use a water walk spell.
Yeah, I'm thinking that.
And it'll be short-lived, but I don't think any of us can be dipped into these waters and survive.
Yeah, dipped into the water was definitely what I was worried about, and I had another spell just in case, but I'll guess we'll have to do water walking. And he casts it.
After he casts it, Pandora will take out. Will draw Yaknoth. She'll step out onto the ice, and she'll just begin striking the ice, like kind of breaking it apart a little bit to finally find the thicker ice that we can actually walk across.
Yes, and you do about 5 foot in, just as you had noticed, it growing a bit darker in color seems to show its thickness.
Rixian, you are aware that water walk is a ritual, right?
But he can't ritual cast spells as a sorcerer.
Ah, okay.
Wait, you can't as a sorcerer?
Unless there might be a specific sorcerer that can, but normally sorcerers can't. They're not ritual casters.
I did not know that.
I
Yeah, it
didn't either.
sucks.
We all learn new stuff about D&D all the time.
Fucking A.
It's one of those things that people always forget that sorcerers can't do.
With that, and the water walking being cast, and as stated with Pandora, about 5-6 foot in, the ice, as you stab in, becomes a bit thicker. And as you kind of place your weight upon it, you find there to be no spider webbing, no cracking. Seems all is well. At this point, with it being roughly 5 minutes, can each of you give me a perception check?
Oh, God.
Ooh. Too busy
I
trying to
rolled higher
balance
than
on these
crew.
two guys.
So each of you will notice after making your way onto like the solid ice that seems to extend as far as you can see into the dark. Each of you look back and will note that even with just the couple minutes that have passed, the gap seems to be growing greater with each and ever passing moment between the iceberg and where you now stand.
You can walk on water now. Don't worry.
Kroot, from your previous survival checks and knowing the current, you'd feel that the current, without the momentum after it has been stopped by this ice bridge, has now created it to be flowing off to the west.
I'll let the whole group know. In the
Alright,
meantime, I'm
so-
gonna cast this on myself, just in case.
Alright, so according to Kroot, we almost got swept off into the middle of the ocean and died of starvation. Alright,
Yeah, it's a good thing we moved.
agreed. I don't know if we should take it slow or we should take it fast, but we need to hit land tonight. I think that's the best idea, to move while it's the coldest. I know that sounds strange, but I really don't want to risk us breaking off from the rest of this, if that makes sense.
Well, we have the ability to run now with the spell, so we can get there as fast as we want to.
Well, I don't want to risk that right now necessarily, just because of how thin the ice is. I think we should take it at the normal pace, make sure it's going to hold, and then once we get in deeper, then we can speed it up, you know?
Can we estimate how long it would take to get there going at a normal pace? Is there a way to, I don't know, survival or something?
I mean, without ever being here before, I would say the only indication that you have is it taking a couple days' time, 2 to 3 days.
More than we already have? Okay.
Well, I mean, from when you set off from the ship, of course, but that's the information that you'd been given.
Yeah, okay. I mean, maybe we can find another chunk of ice that's stable enough to camp on overnight. I don't know.
Could I use my navigator's tool to determine how long it would take?
Sure.
At this point?
You got a map, you got all the stuff that you need.
Nice.
What do you want?
So with the rough estimate of where like the ice begins to form off the coast, it does seem to be a bit farther away than anticipated. But you would know that if you traveling through the night and then nearly a good half of the day before your rough estimates using your compass and tools and all that kind of stuff. Trying to remember what is it called, a protractor?
Yes.
That might be a wrong thing, I'm not sure, but like doing it about that way.
I know what you're talking about, and it has a name. I just can't remember it right now.
I can't remember the name of it either.
I'm pretty sure protractor's wrong, but like the thing that has like a point, and then like if you use it to make like a circle.
Right.
It looks like a protractor with like a scope attached.
It's
to
like
it.
a.
But
What's the
anyway,
one with the string
we
on
know
it?
what we're talking about. We don't know the right word. We'll think of it later, I'm sure. But that's your call.
Is it a sextant? No.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's it? Oh, it's a sextant then.
Yep.
Yeah, it is a sextant. Nice. I
Yeah,
got
it is.
Just out of curiosity, I typed in like old navigation tools, and with our time frame, GPS is now considered old, and radar. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, radar was invented in like the 1940s ish. Like it was like a new thing when they were using it in the Pacific War. Not every ship had it. They were still using like maps and star constellations.
The DM is
Yep.
stalling.
No,
I got
he
everything
wants us
prepared.
to
I've got
flee.
all your next 4 maps. I'm just looking up the tools. I was curious.
So there's 4 fights we're gonna get into, guys. Keep that in mind.
Like, yeah,
Mm,
the next time we
may
see
not
that
be
guy that told us
fights.
we could walk over the ice, get here, I'm kicking him in the nuts.
All right, so
I'll say, like, you guys, I mean, if I was stalling, you all did a great job with jumping on an iceberg and having to figure out that.
Yeah, not having water walk should be way longer than an hour spell. I don't understand why water
I
breathing
know.
is only 4 hours and water walk is only an hour. That's
So-
shit.
well, so people can't just walk across oceans, I think is the point.
Well, I mean, you could just swim through them then, I guess, with water breathing. Like, what the fuck? You're like, I mean, come on. I mean, seriously.
Actually, how do you ritually cast water breathing while simultaneously floating in an ocean? See what I
You
mean?
find a fucking thing to float on when you have to recast it.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Player
in the middle of
stalling.
an ocean?
After finding out how many maps are
Okay.
ahead, they don't seem to want to move forward now.
No, I want to move forward. He just brought up a topic of
see how easy it is?
yeah.
I'll be able to cast water walking tomorrow, as long as we make it till then.
Well, we need to move through the night. I think is the best idea.
I will say, just to interject, about an hour after, like, continuing, like, walking, not really knowing if setting up camp here is going to be a good idea, can each of you give me a con save?
Ooh, is it that cold even with winter gear?
Do we get like advantage from the winter gear?
Unfortunately, no.
Ooh.
Oh. How didn't my resistance work?
It's only concentration for a minute.
Yeah,
you
I
can-
mean,
you
it
can
is
just recast it.
definitely more than a minute, but I mean, like, I mean, there's no reason to recast it. You passed, but if you want to, I'll allow
Oh, okay.
it.
Fine.
With each of you passing, you will note that it is, even with the winter gear on, getting quite chilly. It seems to be almost penetrating the clothing. Raven, with your roll, you will note that while the temperature's dropping quite rapidly, the snow falling quite heavily as well. This is definitely a warning sign.
Did it start snowing?
Would I infer that might mean there's a blizzard coming? Or
More
like a
so
bad
meaning like with just like how well in tune you are and it getting cold while wearing this protective warm clothing. Like that's what gives you that like warning sign, like, oh shit, like this isn't quite cutting it.
Yeah.
Raven,
I think
we
I
need
know.
to
I don't-
rest somewhere.
Yes, but okay. We need to, when we get on the island, find something heavier clothing wise.
I have an idea, but we just need to rest. All right.
All right. Well, wait. Are we on an ice?
Yeah, you're like on
keep
a
that-
very nice ice surface. It's been about an hour of walking into the night, which is then what caused the con save.
All right. I'll ritual cast the dome again.
I'm about
But
to
I
blow-
did the water breathing before that, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
The-
Okay. That's
Mhm.
Yeah. So that lasts for 24 hours, and then the dome starts for 8 hours. So.
Are we gonna take a short rest here
I think we
Yes.
have to.
and excuse the pun, but are we gonna try to weather this out?
I'm going to try something when I get up and well rested. If any of you have any ideas for spells, then this is a good chance to do it.
I only have a spell I'm going to use as soon as we hit land and get near the portal. That's it. Has nothing to do with us surviving, though.
Yeah. I have an idea for surviving, though.
Okay, just a quick question. Are you guys going to set up a watch order, or are you just going to use the hut like you have done before?
No, I think we should set up a watch.
I mean, I can meditate for 4 hours, and then
Yeah.
watch the other 4.
Pandora will take first watch. I have dark vision, so.
I'll take second, since I have dark vision too.
I'll watch with Raven.
So, if you do 2 hours a pop, then it can go 4 hours till Raven takes points, so then you can join him 2 hours after that for like the third and fourth watch. But with that, Raven, can you give me a perception check?
Nice.
That was a poor roll for me, considering.
Yeah, considering your modifier, that is pretty poor. But as
Still
you
20.
are waiting about during your watch, definitely being in an abnormal area, keeping a close eye about. With the full moon up, out of the corner of your eye, you catch a large silhouette as it flies in front of the moon. As you glance quickly at it, taking a double take, with the distance it is away, but recognizing the shape, you'll know that this is a dragon.
How far is it away?
From like
Said it was on the moon.
no, not on the moon, but
Oh, okay.
like in front of it. Like that's kind of like resembling how each of you had spotted the silver dragon when in the mountains. But a rough estimate away, it's a few miles. It's maybe farther, depending on the size. It's hard to tell. You don't know exactly how big it is, but with the wings spanning out, you definitely get the feeling of what it is.
Can I see what direction it's going? Like, is it coming towards us, or?
No, it seems to be heading north.
Can I see what color it is by chance, or is it too dark?
It's too dark.
All right. I just kind of keep an eye out on it, and make sure, if it starts coming towards us, then I'll have to wake everybody up. But in the meantime, I'm just gonna
keeping an eye out on it as it makes its way off to the north before disappearing into the night. You count 1, 2, and all the way up to 8 silhouettes off in the distance towards the island.
Oh, shit.
Bull Island.
Oh, we're in it now, boys.
And then that is where we're going to call the session.
We better fucking be
Wait,
successful
8?
here. We're just fucking dead here.
8 dragon-like silhouettes? Is that what you're saying?
That is indeed the information Raven has received.
That 8 after the first one?
A total.
8 total. Oh. Damn, that's a lot.
Assuming we make it through the night sleeping, when people start waking up, I would immediately tell them, like, hey, there's quite a few dragons here,
Yeah.
Well, we're going to end the session like during your watch as like you're keeping an eye out, but as of now, none seem to be heading your way. That's just what you've counted.
Yeah.
So we'll pick it back up next week. Well, in game as we move into June 14th, I believe. And then finish out the watch, make sure there's no issues, and continue on.
Bruh, I wish there was fan art. We're literally in a dome, on ice, not even on land.
The blizzard.
in the middle of a fucking, like, not a blizzard, but
Blizzard.
snowfall.
Yeah.
Just dragon silhouettes in the distance on the night sky.
That would be
That's
awesome, dude.
So fucking
That would be
dope.
awesome.
Such a good imagery. Oh my god.
Well, with that, is there anything that anyone would like to call out, share, before we get out of here?
This is eerily similar to when Tremonti was in the dome, and we're talking about if they were gonna die or not, and what secrets they should share before they actually do die.
I just want to know if Krim got cut. That's all I want to know.
I hope I could see Tremonti while
Do you
we're
want to
here, but
know, or do you want to just like naturally find out? I'll give you the answer.
I want to. Yeah, I want to know, because finding out is one thing, but knowing if he got cut is another thing. You know?
Yeah, he's still around.
Yes, that's so much more exciting.
I won't give you any other information besides that, but like I was saying, like, not everything is like completely canon, because like I'm literally doing the Blight story on Monday. There's just a bit of changes in comparison of what you guys have done.
That's fine. That's just
My laptop's
that's more.
about to die. Get going, guys.
All right. Good night.
all
Mike.
right.
All right, good timing. I
Y'all
guess.
have a good week.
If you need
Me
if you
too.
need me as an NPC, I'm willing to do it.
Oh, same. I will gladly play Krim.
Yeah,
From Daily
exactly.
Crime.
I'll let you know if anything comes up for that, but I mean, if no one has anything else, let's just go ahead and get out of here.
That's
So-
it for me, I guess.
All right. Well, all the affiliates associated with the stream up in the top left, you can find their links associated that are matching their pictures down below, and go check them out. I do know that Kroot will be having his artwork coming in next. Just waiting for the artist to get done with her move. So, but other than that, if you enjoyed tonight, please drop a follow, and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.